same way that we are doing. Good morning, colleagues and honorable members.
Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable John PC.
We are too quiet in this. It's a nice day. It's a beautiful day. We should be talking, smiling before the start of the session, you know. It's important.
Yes, it's true, Brajo.
Hey, Tada. Hey, Tada.
Sure,
Are you good?
I'm saying.
I'm seeing this.
Minjani.
Ifukile minjani na?
Nai go.
Ifukile.
I'm saying Mfundisi Adams.
Doctor, how are you, Doctor? How are you, Doctor?
All is well.
You must speak these languages. Sawona Mfundisi.
Kunjani ba?
Ngiyaphila unjani Mfundisi?
Just because the Gamak and Kosia.
Yawuze.
How are you, MPM PC?
I'm good, my brother. How are you, Bishop?
Good. Good morning, Honorable Bloom. I greet you this morning, Honorable Bloom.
Good morning to you. Hope we have a good session. Thank you. And everybody else.
Morning, Honorable Bloom.
Dumela Red Bloom.
Why's everybody saying hello to me? Hello to everybody. Thank you.
Hello, Soli.
Prajo, how are you, my brother?
I'm super, my brother. How are you?
Mfundi Soli, how are you?
I'm very well. How's everybody doing?
No, we're fine. We're fine, Mfundisi. How are you doing?
Yeah, show power.
We are fine. We are surviving.
So I follow suit.
Yeah.
Yenda, washtangano.
Urinina.
Rovo wa hashuman, urinina.
Awa man, ndofuwa. I'm just concerned. My communists must take over that administration of Congo, man. No, man.
Ini nisongo jena zito za watu ati. Ndi hayani anefo man. Wasongo jena zito za sniper.
Upsi azimano la marambe. Mukosi ya parara.
Ndizwo. Yatenda mara ndori rofanira kutendera zvito zva hayani zvishumwe nga haya. Arari richibvera ndane. Rofanira kubvera ndarotanga.
Marari mashaka.
Ndizvone zvese ati hawe ndingase ya no doluga washo ndi hayani babebi vahone vadzozitanganise zviro
Vazozitanganisa hayi azvishume
zvidoshuma wazvo zvidoshuma nisongobila ye
hayi hauna taifa
ndizvone kartaka lona muzati.
Morning.
Yes. Morning, Speaker.
Morning. Thank you very much.
Morning,
that was a nice
Speaker.
conversation.
Morning.
That was a nice conversation. Thank you very much. Can we all observe a moment of silent prayer and meditation? Thank you. We may all be seated. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, leaders of political parties, presiding officers, the Chief Whip, the people of Gauteng. You are all welcome this morning. You are all welcome as we mark the end of the Women's Day, of the Women's Month. And we want to thank all who participated in various programs, but in particular in the program of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus of the GPL, as we are fighting a scourge of GBV and femicide in the province, but also in our country. And we want to urge all our members to continue fighting the scourge, not forgetting that the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, has also brought in more misery to our people and the country as a whole. You are all welcome. Let's continue to protect women and children. Let's continue to protect ourselves, especially looking at the pandemic. I know that many of our members and the staff, the team led by the Secretary of the Legislature, they've started also to vaccinate. And I think you are actually showing leadership. Thank you very much to all that have done so. Let us also encourage our families, our friends, our neighbors, our members, and everybody that we interact with to ensure that they also vaccinate. As we are informed that the fourth wave is around the corner, although the NICD says it's nothing to be concerned about, but we still need to continue to wash our hands, wear our mask, avoid congested public events. Wherever you are, keep a social distance, but also to educate other people, because as leaders in our province, we need to continue to doing so. Thank you very much, colleagues. You are all welcome. We have received the following apologies. Honorable Modise, who has lost his sister. Condolences to the family on behalf of the Gauteng Legislature. Honorable Dilange, who's on a long sick leave, we'll keep her in our prayers. I'm informed that Honorable Mabala is also not well. We'll pray for her speedy recovery. Honorable Mukheti can't join the meeting. Honorable Ntseche can't join the meeting. Honorable Nell for early departure. The following members who are attending the agent party business: Honorable Mnisi, Honorable Koma, Honorable Mazui, Honorable Tong, Honorable Mufama, and Honorable Khatebe. They will not be able to join the meeting today. Let me also, today is the birthday for Honorable Alberts and Honorable Shackleton. Happy birthday. May you grow more stronger and be kind to yourself and everybody else. Thank you very much. Is there a member who wants to do an announcement? No announcements. Thank you very much. In terms of Rule 79, subsection 1, MEC statements, we don't have any. In terms of Rule 81, subsection 1, member statement, we have Honorable Dili Dwaba.
Thank you, Speaker. In accordance with Rule 81, subsection 1, I, Honorable Dolile Dwaba, tables the following member statement on breastfeeding. Madam Speaker, the first 7 days of every August is set aside as a breastfeeding week, with the aim to highlight the benefits of breastfeeding to the health and well-being of babies and mothers. And to further promote maternal health, the theme for this year is Protect Breastfeeding. a shared responsibility. The month of August in South Africa is dedicated to women. It is only fitting that we speak about issues that affect women directly and indirectly. And breastfeeding is one of them. Madam Speaker, it is a known fact that breast milk is essential, more so for premature babies in hospitals, as it helps to strengthen their immune systems. The COVID-19 pandemic has put so much pressure on many hospitals. Breast milk reserves in the country. This is a threat to many premature babies who really mainly on breast milk to survive. Often, issues that directly affect women are viewed as emotional issues and therefore unimportant. It is our responsibility as public representatives to ensure that we change this mindset. Earlier this month, the Gauteng Department of Health called on breastfeeding mothers to donate milk to help preterm babies get nutritious meals, as every child deserves the best start in life. As it is, as this month comes to an end, Madam Speaker, we echo the call of the department and plead with all breastfeeding mothers to continue beyond the month of August to donate breast milk. It is the right thing to do. Your child is my child. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Msimang.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much and good morning to colleagues and to members of the legislature and also to the residents of Gauteng. Last week, the Democratic Alliance caucus submitted a request that this House have a frank and open debate about the status of the Special Investigative Unit reports into the myriad of corruption scandals that have adversely impacted the residents of this province. This request was rejected. This comes as no surprise, given that the nature of the ruling party is to close rank where there is a perceived threat to its narrow-minded, selfish, self-serving well-being. Last week, Babita Deokaran, Chief Director of the Financial Accounting, the Gauteng Department of Health, was killed in what is an apparent hit. Madam Speaker, the rot that has been allowed to permeate the fabric of this government seemingly knows no bounds. Deokaran was a professional civil servant that stood to serve the people of this province. There are countless individuals in the Gauteng government, just like Deokaran, that have the best interest of the public at heart, unlike their political masters who peddle in the graft. The DA has submitted a PIA application to the Premier to request these reports. Corruption must be exposed and must be stopped at all costs. Deokaran's death cannot be in vain. To the fallen Deokaran and all those who work tirelessly to serve the people of this province, despite the ruling party's attempt to empty the public purse, we are here to make sure that your efforts will not be in vain, and that those who willfully shortchange the people of Gauteng will indeed be brought to book. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Premier, honorable members and people of Gauteng, I rise in accordance with Rule 81, subsection 1, Member statement on the selection of Robin Williams as Bafana captain and Percy Tau as vice captain. Madam Speaker, the ACDP welcomes the appointment of Robin Williams as captain and Percy Tau as vice captain of Bafana Bafana. Having gained requisite experience at local and national level, leading the under-23s at the Tokyo Olympics, we believe that Robin Williams with Percy Tau will form an integral part of the revitalized Bafana Bafana team for years to come, and we look forward to seeing him blossom and them blossom in this role. Having come from humble beginnings, the captain epitomizes the power and the influence the game of soccer has on young people in our communities and proves that constructive use of time can change the trajectory of many lives and set them on a path to success. Everyone has that one special thing, the thing where you get lost in the passion and drive. My thing is soccer, Speaker. I cannot recall a time in my life where I didn't have a soccer ball at my feet. Soccer has been a major part of my life ever since I was born. Throughout my youth, I played soccer in Noordgesig and Westbury, rising through the ranks to play for Kaizer Chiefs, second division semi-pro under coach Tiki Kwaza before becoming a pastor. Soccer is one of the most popular sports in the world, so it comes as no surprise that playing soccer as a recreational sport is a highlight in many people's childhoods. It's not only a great deal of fun to play soccer, but also allows participants the opportunity to build their skill and health-related fitness, as well as improve their chances of making better life choices. The tragedy of the game is laid bare, Honourable Speaker, by the lack of infrastructure in our communities. I refer here specifically to the very stadium I played in for many years, the Union Stadium in Westbury and in Newlands. The entire stadium has been vandalized and left totally destroyed and desolate. What a shame. What was once a beacon of hope for the youth in the community has become an eyesore, a barren land of lost dreams. The legacy we now have is community infested and overridden with drug and alcohol abuse. We have lost an entire generation. The ACDP says it is the responsibility of government to ensure the facilities are functional and safe for our children in Westbury, Claremont and surrounding areas so that our children can thrive. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
That concludes member statement. I'm now going to allow Honourable Alberts to present a motion without notice in terms of Rule 120. Honourable Alberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Motion without notice. I, Member A. Alberts, FF Plus Party Leader, hereby tables the following motion in terms of Rule 121 read together with Rule 117 and 32 as follows, noting that 1. Honourable R. De Lange is on an extended sick leave. 2. Further noting that a member's leave of absence for a period of more than 30 consecutive working days must be considered by the House. Therefore, request that the House, pursuant to Rule 32.6 of the Standing Rules, approve the leave of absence for Honourable A. De Lange while on extended sick leave. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder to the motion?
Madam Chair, I
second.
Honourable Hoffman seconding. I now put a question to the House. All those in favour say yes.
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 All not in favour say no. The yes of it, the motion is adopted by the House. Can I therefore allow Honourable Chief Whip to also present motion without notice? Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And good morning, members of the legislature. I, Member M. Kumalo, Chief Whip, hereby tables the following motion in terms of Rule 121 read together with Rule 117 as follows. Noting that the following listed reports were programmed for introduction in the House at today's sitting. Annual report of the Department of Health, including its entity on medical depots, annual report for the 2021 financial year, annual report of the Department of Education for the 2021 financial year, annual report for the Department of Human Settlement 2021 financial year, annual report of the Department of Road Transport, including G-Fleet, Team Management Trading Entity for the 2021 financial year, annual report for the Department of Community Safety for the 2021 financial year, and annual report of the Department of Infrastructure Development for the year 2021 financial year. Further noting that the respective department above made a request for the extension to submit their annual report as the Auditor General has not concluded the audit on their financial statement. Therefore, request the House resolve to remove annual report for the Department of Health, including its entity on medical depot for the 2021 financial year, annual report of the Department of Education for the 2021 financial year, annual report of the Department of Human Settlement for the 2021 financial year, annual report of the Department of Roads and Transport, including G-Fleet Key Management Trading Entity for 2021 financial year, annual report for the Department of Community Safety for the 2021 financial year, annual report of the Department of Infrastructure Development for the 2021 financial year from the orders of today's sitting. I so move, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any second?
I second.
I second.
Who's seconding?
Mike Moriarty.
Honorable Moriarty seconding. I now put a question to the House. All those in favor say yes.
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 All not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted by the House. We're now going to deal with the Premier's question time in terms of Rule 138. The first question by Honorable Alberts to the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The recent spate of unrest in Gauteng caused much havoc and damage to the economy. Can the Premier indicate the following with regard to the situation? 1. What was the government's estimate of the damages to the economy of Gauteng? 2. How long will it take to restore the economy to the same level before the unrest took place? 3. What policies and programs will the government use to ensure a speedy recovery? 4. Have these policies and programs been evaluated and tested in any form of socioeconomic impact studies or SEAS? A. So yes, kindly provide information on how to access these SEAS. B. If not, explain in full why any SEAS was not performed given the seriousness of the unrest and damages incurred. And then 5, last question, does the government have any plans to ensure that new cycles of this unrest do not occur again, including any intelligence functions that can inform such plans? A, so yes, kindly explain in full what these plans are, and B, if not, explain in full why not. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Premier.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Alberts, and happy birthday. Thank you for the question. Most of this question was asked by Honorable Ramani for just on the 10th of August, and I dealt extensively with parts of this question. I will give an update though, because this is a very important issue for the people of our province. Madam Speaker, this House is certainly deeply concerned, as expressed by the unrests, the violence that wreaked our province and our sister province of KwaZulu-Natal a month ago. Madam Speaker, in reply to the question posed by Honorable Ramli in July, I made it clear that the activities that took place on the 10th to the 14th of July in our province where a lot of businesses were disrupted, malls and shopping centers in our province, including spaza shops, were looted, was carefully planned and orchestrated I made this point that it was carefully planned and orchestrated, and all the evidence in the run-up to that was there in the form of many social media posts that called for the shutdown. It was clear that this orchestrated and planned activity was seized upon by opportunistic elements who used the unfortunate incarceration of the former president of our republic, President Jacob Zuma, to try and instigate an uprising and a violent insurgency aimed at undermining our democratic state. And we're saying so that these elements tried to use that matter of the incarceration of the former president because it is quite clear that these elements had their own intent that had nothing to do with that matter. These elements try to undermine specific institutions of our democratic state, and they continue to put social media posts and circulate posters that call for the shutdown, and in some instances even call for the removal of the President of the Republic, President Ramaphosa. And this is a hodgepodge of forces that have very varying agendas, some of whom are people who are afraid that the pace at which our country is tackling the issues of state capture and corruption is threatening them, because this will get to them too. Honorable members would know that even last week, Monday, that is the 23rd of August, there were similar attempts by these elements they called for a shutdown and issued social media posters and postings as well, continuing an agenda of trying to destabilize our country and sabotage of our economy. We know that they didn't succeed last week, not because there were no attempts. Our law enforcement agencies were all out last week, Monday. The security agencies of our country, in a very well coordinated way, preempted, prevented, and disrupted the operations of these elements. We call this phenomenon a counter-revolutionary insurgency and an attempt at overthrowing a democratic state because it has got all the hallmarks of that, seizing upon the poverty, hunger, unemployment, and deep structural inequalities facing millions of people, and the severe distress of COVID-19, which has impacted hugely on many people. And therefore, the looting that we saw, especially by many young people and many men, is a function also of the desperate conditions under which they live. But this is what the insurgents seize upon. So those who are involved in looting are not necessarily the insurgents. They are not necessarily the organizers. Many of them we saw, like the women, were desperate, and what they went for is food and clothing for the children. And we continue to say that the many young people who sit in our communities across in the townships from morning up to sunset, unemployed, living meaningless lives, get driven to crime, and are readily available to be harnessed by counter-revolutionary insurgents who have their own, and political opportunists who have their own agendas to pursue. Although there are people who joined, but there are many people also in our communities who stood up and said, Looting will not take place in their areas, and they defended both the infrastructure and the businesses and stopped the violence. And this happened from the north of our province, right from Hammanskraal, to the south of our province, to the east of our province in Ekurhuleni, in Katlehong, and to the west of our province, as well as the central parts of our province, where communities stood up and said, this will not happen. And when we visited some of the communities, people did say, we are unemployed, we are hungry, we need government support, but we are not thieves and we will not loot.
Ek het so opgewonde, ek het jou versekering verander op jou kar.
Honorable Peach, Honorable Peach.
Ek het van
Honorable Peach, please. Apologies, Honorable Premier, you can continue.
So we commend the patriotic citizens of our country as the true defenders of our democracy. So to accurately assess the damage that was caused by that violence and looting, the Gauteng provincial government undertook a series of meetings, including conducting a survey amongst businesses, big and small, to assess the impact of the looting and the violence on their operations. We also hosted significant engagements with SMMEs in the townships, particularly in the affected areas where there was disruption and destruction of businesses. We engaged with the retailers and property owners, many of whom are big corporates that have gotten into our townships to put up shopping malls. We engaged with them in these affected areas as part of working out a strategy for rebuilding, including discussing with them the certainty that they will return to business in the townships and they will not close down, including discussing with them that it may take a bit of time, but they are rebuilding so that they can employ people who were employed in these businesses and return to business as soon as possible. I just want to give an update of how many businesses were affected in this. On the 10th of August, in response to Honorable Ramdifo's question, at that time, we had 30 businesses. Now we have 80 businesses. In fact, shopping malls, not businesses, as of individual businesses, 80 shopping malls out of 500 shopping malls and shopping centers, both owned by corporates, but also owned by local township business owners. So 80 of them were affected by looting. There was no damage to infrastructure and factories in our province, as it would have been the case in KwaZulu-Natal, where some of the factories were damaged. As to the in rands and cents, 3.5 billion rands of the businesses that were insured was lost in stock and damaged shops. But we have now assessed, at that time we had not assessed what the impact would have been on the uninsured and the small businesses. We have now done an assessment that shows that individual businesses would have lost between 30,000 rands and 500,000 rands, depending on the size of the operation they were doing, particularly in stock, and some of them in additional costs that they incurred. And the combined impact of the looting on small businesses, and here we're referring to township businesses, will run up to 1.5 billion rands. So the 3.5 billion rands, these are the insured businesses, essentially bigger businesses, the bigger retailers that operate in these malls. But the smaller businesses, it would be up to 1.5 billion rand. So if you combine the two figures, Honorable Alberts, it means the economic impact in terms of the rands and cents is 5 billion rands direct on the businesses that were affected. But there are other costs, the disruption of supply chains and logistics and supply chain, the businesses that operate between Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal. KwaZulu-Natal, that's our biggest port in the Republic, in Durban. The goods and services that either manufactured here in our economy that needs to get to the ports could not get to the ports for that entire period, almost a full week, from Friday to Friday the following week, because the reopening happened on a Friday. So it's over 7 days, major disruptions in supply chain, and the goods that were supposed to be coming into our economy from our ports could, especially on the N3, could not come as well. So that the cost of that has not yet been calculated, because different businesses, unlike these other costs, the other different businesses have not been too concerned about that. They have been concerned. They've done their own insurance claims. They've been concerned more about assurances that there will be no disruption from a logistics and transport freight point of view. On the 10th of August, in the reply to Honorable Ramdifo's question, there were 10,000 jobs affected at that time. Now that number is being revised upward to 18,217 jobs. As we do more work and assess more, so that there are more people whose jobs were affected. Although some work is underway, and I spoke to a number of the owners of these big retail malls and the small businesses that are in the township. Some work is underway to rebuild and get the businesses back. In some instances, they say we are halfway. I spoke to Mr. Nkuna, Mike Nkuna, yesterday. In some malls, they say we are halfway rebuilding. They want to reopen as soon as possible, especially ahead of the Christmas festive season. A lot of workers have been at home, and in our discussions with these businesses, we hope that when they reopen, those workers will be taken back. But there are some few businesses that are not having any intentions to return to the townships, which means this will affect particularly employment. As I said, many of the workers are not at work. They were called in to clean. Now it's the construction side, the repair work that is happening. So while small structures were insured, individual tenants, there are many individual tenants, especially the small businesses, that were not insured. That is the principal concern of the Gauteng provincial government. Whereas the big ones can take care of themselves and they are rebuilding and they're returning, we have been focusing on what to do, and I'll deal with this in the next question. Sadly, there are many businesses that employ less than 10 individuals, which were hardest hit, and these businesses are continuing to suffer. And this, if you calculate the full employment impact, it is the smaller businesses that employ few people, because there are many that have been severely affected. And again, I want to say that in our intervention measures, these are the ones we are assisting. The typical township business, which is a household business, it's a family business, and often employ 1 or 2 family members, plus a few other people in the neighborhood. The unrest have also impacted on investor confidence and the stability of our country. And these are matters we've been discussing with business We have had a lot of intensive engagements with business sector by sector, various sectors. And in Gauteng, we haven't picked up any sentiment about businesses moving, relocating to go and somewhere else. And I think the key issues that the businesses were raising are matters of security, of which I will talk in dealing with the last question. Of course, the IMF has estimated that 1.4% of our GDP may be affected by the impact of those unrests. And that's something that we are calculating both as a province and as a country. We have seen Stats SA has released the latest data on labor dynamics, and unemployment has increased, continues to shoot up, which is a matter of great concern. We think when the full impact of this unrest, these actions, as I said, by insurgents whose aim is basically to undermine our democratic institutions, our democracy, and sabotage our economy, the impact is going to be severe. It is going to be felt. Again, you're going to see a further increase in unemployment numbers. How long will it take to restore the economy to the same level? That's your other question. Research by various institutions, including the World Bank, IMF, and reputable progressive research institutions point to the fact that it will take a bit of time, particularly the recovery that we had seen. We were recovering as an economy, as a country, from the impact of COVID-19. So the full impact of this is going to be felt going into next year as well. But we have been working extremely hard with business leaders, leaders of industry, and community organizations to speed up the rebuilding of the various sectors, including those that hold their own unique potential, which were affected only by COVID, not so much by the unrest. And to also fast track the implementation of our interventions, infrastructure interventions, because infrastructure is critical. Roll out our infrastructure interventions. And I am glad that MEC Maile was joined by the new Minister of Human Settlements yesterday. For those human settlements infrastructure projects are part of our key infrastructure projects that we want the rollout to happen. Because those infrastructure projects, whether it's in roads or in infrastructure development or in human settlements, those infrastructure projects are very central to unlocking job opportunities and business activity. We want to see a full return of our province to a construction site. And how long this will take is a function of a whole set of initiatives we have with business organizations. I also want to say, Honorable Alberts, that there is greater agency in addition to the work we are doing with business, township businesses, corporate leaders and industry leaders in the main sectors of our economy. One of the major calls that is emerging is that this legislature needs to act with greater agency to pass the Township Economic Development Act. So when you ask the question, how long will this recovery and restoration of the economic activity take place, that question must also be answered by the legislature, because a powerful instrument of this return to a new impulse, the new momentum, a new economy that is more inclusive. The Township Economic Development Act is going to be a key driver of how long do we how long will it take us? And this is in our hands. It's in the hands of this legislature. And that Township Economic Development Act will provide both legislative and financial instruments that will constitute what we call the New Deal for township businesses. One of the important things is that in our engagement since the unrest and also coming out of COVID, there is emerging consensus amongst all players in the economy, government, the private sector, including big corporates that invest in our townships, and community-based businesses, that we do need a new model of partnership and shared growth, particularly by all businesses that operate in the townships, big and small. We need a new model of partnerships. And this is something we have been pushing with the big enterprises, from retail to all kind of businesses that operate in the townships, because that's where the buying power is. The buying power is in the townships. So there's emerging consensus that we cannot return to the way of doing business that we have had, because the people who have defended the businesses so far did so out of good hearts, but there's also a significant impetus, and some businesses have tried this partnership and impetus to build new partnerships. When you are a big corporate and you go into a township, you establish yourself there, you need to do so in partnership with the other township businesses that operate in the same line of business, which can be brought into your supply chain and your value chains, and get business development support. That's part of South Africa's policy. Support for SMMEs with regard to business development and supply chain is part of our policy. So this is one of, so we can't return to the same highly racialized, monopoly-dominated economy that is genderized, highly unequal, that is not labor-absorbing. So when you say how long will we restore the economy to the same level before the unrest took place? Well, actually, we want to restore the economy above the level where it was before the unrest, not to the same level. We want to restore it above that level, because that's part of building a new economic model that is inclusive, that incentivizes small businesses, not an economy that's not dominated by monopoly, big monopoly corporates. They are not the employment creators. They create all kinds of problems as usual, that monopolies in every civilized economy, monopolies are a bad thing, whether black or white. They strangle small businesses, they kill competitions. So we do have these monopolies, and we've been discussing that a part of the new recovery and return to and rebuilding must be to bring significantly small township businesses, including emerging black businesses, into this space in partnership as patriotic South Africans, to build an economy that will include everybody who's got value to add. Not an economy controlled by rogue business forums who want to cut a deal when they are not working for it, but genuine small businesses who are adding value, who want opportunities to participate in the supply chains, and emerging black businesses that have capabilities. What policies and programs will the government use to ensure recovery from both the destruction of the unrest as well as the recovery from COVID? So you say, what specific policies and programs? There are four 4 pillars. There are 4 kind of interventions. If you want to understand our economic reconstruction and recovery plan, Honorable Alberts, there are 4 sets of interventions. The first one is the rollout, the work we are doing in rolling out the special economic zones in all the corridors of our province. The rollout of this network of special economic zones, the revitalization of the industrial parks, the old industrial parks, their integration into the special economic zones, as well as the bringing empowered businesses and township businesses into those special economic zones, where we want to attract foreign investors in the special economic zones, but we also want to attract domestic businesses that have value to add, including emerging businesses, including township businesses. So that is our model. It's again a model of an economy that we are insisting we are pioneering. Special economic zones are not only for foreign direct investment. Yes, they must attract billions of foreign direct investment, but we want the location in those of small businesses and emerging businesses that are in the same line of business. If it's the automotive one in Tshwane, in the automotive sector. If it's the agro one in the West Rand, the agro businesses, both big and small, must also come in. In the Val, the same thing. At OR Tambo, the same thing. Both small and big businesses, including township business. So that's the first pillar. The special economic zones implementation is the first pillar. The second pillar is the infrastructure rollout. I was talking earlier on about just our mega human settlement projects that are significant investment. Those make the infrastructure projects. So we're going back, having gone through COVID, all our infrastructure projects, including where money is not being spent, we will take that money and put it into projects that are performing. Because we want, in those projects, we want young people to be able to get employment. We want to solve problems.
Live on YouTube and Facebook. YouTube, you must just extract those clips for me, where I'm speaking.
Honorable Adams.
Birthday boy, we can hear you. Birthday boy, we can hear you.
Yeah, you are forgiven on your birthday, Honorable Adams. So infrastructure is the second pillar. Driving these infrastructure projects from public transport and roads to our delivery on our DID projects, which has to do with both schools program, schools build, community infrastructure, as well as health infrastructure. So infrastructure is critical, it's a critical pillar, but also economic infrastructure, where this infrastructure is linking up to unlocking new economic nodes and new cities. The third pillar is fast tracking the passing and the implementation of the Township Economic Development Act. That just focusing on the township interventions is a pillar on its own. It has got a team, like the special economic zones has got a team that's focusing on that. The infrastructure has got a team that is focusing on that. And the township economic development, both the legislation which should be passed, and I keep saying to this house, the greatest thing we can ever do to support our businesses as this house is to pass that bill now. And linked to the bill is the fund. Is the fund now? As a result of the unrest, we have more people who want to contribute to the township economy fund from the property, the organized property sector, to the various sectors who are saying they'll put this amount, they'll put that amount. The IDC is involved. The SME fund is involved. So the Township Economy Fund is going to be a much bigger fund than we thought. And then this fund will focus also on supporting the taxi economy, that side sector of our economy. That's where you find Black people there who literally started a transport sector on their own, but also the township, what we call the real estate, what starts as back rooms for people to provide accommodation. So this township economy fund. So this is the third pillar of our intervention, which you say, what are the policies and programs? And this MEC Tau, last week, MEC Tau launched the first the initial phase of this, the details of which we will outline in the report we are going to table to the legislature later. So the last pillar is, so I said there are 4 pillars. The last pillar is building mutually beneficial partnerships, genuine partnerships between small business and big corporates, particularly township businesses and big corporates. How do we build this sustainable partnership? Government is the catalyst, government facilitates. So we have established an economic war room in the Gauteng provincial government, which focuses on each of these pillars. But this war room also have got action labs, which we started during the 5th administration. We have action lab for every sector. We sit down with the auto sector. We sit down with the telecommunication or ICT industry. We sit down with the BPO sector or the BPS sector. We sit down with all the sectors. We do the same with the agro-processing and agri-foods. In each of those, we have got action lab. What are the action labs doing? These are joint teams to look at skills for the sector. How do we unlock skills in that sector? That's why we've been building schools of specialization with education, that we may need a particular school of specialization to train, and then we bring, if it's the ICT industry, we bring, whether it's Huawei or Microsoft, to help together with eGov, to help train young people on the digital skills. We're doing the same in Ekurhuleni with heavy industry in the heavy manufacturing, including with retail. I mean with the train sector, rail manufacturing. So these partnerships between the private sector and government, based on high growth sectors, is our 4th pillar of the economy. So you're saying, when you say this, and these things are happening. So as we were dealing with the unrest, we were going back. For example, in the Val, we've got what is called the PPGI. We work with the public-private sector growth initiative about the revitalization of the Val economy, the old manufacturing sector, even in Ekurhuleni. And we're working with them on the Val Special Economic Zone. They bring real businesses on the table, and then we bring government on the table. We bring municipalities on the table to unlock approvals, development approvals, and cut all the red tape. So this action labs and the whole room is also about cutting red tape. Problems that things take forever. Investors don't get things signed up, SLAs or approvals on things taking forever. This is where the place where we are dealing with. So you can understand that we are not just responding to the problem of the unrest. We are not just responding to the problem of COVID. We are also implementing GGT 2030. These institutions and these programs and these systems, we have built them over time. And in some sectors, I think things are coming up extremely well, including in agriculture. We are now having lots of emerging Black farmers that are getting very good partnerships for access to markets with some of the bigger players. That's what we want to do from sector to sector. So we have financial support and non-financial support. I won't go into details of that. MEC Tau, as I said last week, just launched the initial support we are providing to those uninsured small businesses in the townships. We are supporting them with the 50% grant and a 50% loan. And we started with the informal businesses will be supported with at least 50,000, because some of these businesses lost at 30,000. So they are going to get at least 50,000 from the informal businesses, but you've got other weightier, bigger as township businesses that will get up to they are more formal. They will get up to R1 million. That's the first tranche of this intervention. It is happening. The system has been put in place. This is unfolding as we speak. 50% grant funding and 50% a loan. We are working. The IDC has put money. The IDC basically has availed 150 million. You remember we are leveraging the 250 million that we have given to the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, not to spend that alone, to leverage, to bring more money so that when it is spent, it is up to at least R1 billion. So the IDC is the first to come to the table, but we have a lot of other guys who are lined up, including UBank. UBank will bring over 200 million, if not 300 million on the table. The South African Property Owners Association are also contributing. The SAB, the brewery, has been talking to us that they want to put, so that's, in the end, we will be leveraging this into R1 billion fund. It's part of the Township Economic Development Fund. But the deployment of that money was launched by MEC Tau last week. So it is already happening. Then we are doing a lot of non-financial support. I don't want to go into detail about that for now. Non-financial supports, backward and forward linkages, support to small businesses. We have rejected the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller now. It is, with all the problems that you have been raising, it is pumping. It has a new CEO. It is focusing on its core business rather than just get stuck into things that are not productive. And the last set of issues, programs being evaluated and tested. You're talking about the SEIA. Yes, they have been. And our programs, you know, we work with think tanks, but we also work with real people in the real economy. We work with real businesses that are in the real economy, big and small. We're responding to their needs, not the theorized or conceptualized needs, the practical needs. So these programs, in our view, will have a socioeconomic impact that's far-reaching. If you want more details, you can ask that details from the Department of Economic Development in Gauteng. What would we do? This is the last question. Does government have any plans to ensure that new cycle of this unrest do not occur, including intelligence? Look, I can never sit here before the legislature and say it will never happen. I said to you, Honorable Alberts, the planners and orchestrators of these events will always, they tried last week, they will always try to use grievances of people, whether it's service delivery. And some of this is just opportunism amongst, also political opportunism amongst people and individuals who want, for one reason or the other, profile themselves, sometimes think they can even win the support of South Africans. They think South Africans are so stupid and gullible. I can never say they will stop attempting. And I can never say they will not succeed. All I can say is that there are lessons learned by our law enforcement agencies. So the first thing we have said, the president did acknowledge that the law enforcement agencies did not perform at an appropriate level. I went further and said they have failed the people of South Africa because lots of information that was not acted upon. But the law enforcement agencies have just proven this past week that they can learn. What lessons have they drawn? One of the key things is that they've taken significant steps to improve, to put in place measures since the unrest. And I can tell you that they have strengthened their response. They are more preemptive. They have in the last week preempted and disrupted the attempted same orchestration and organization by the insurgents through better coordination and use of intelligence from the deployment of the defense force in infrastructure installation and key in the key points, to better coordination between the police, from local government up to South African Police Service. But they have also done something very amazing. Last week, the police were in command of all the private security companies in Gauteng. They share data, they share camera footages. So that's why the police were able to arrest the killers of our outstanding civil servant, Babita Diokaran. It is the collaboration of the law enforcement agencies, both the private security companies availing their capabilities and the public agencies coordinating better. So all I can say is that even if these insurgents and opportunistic elements may try to continue to undermine our democratic institutions and cause instability in our country, not only will the people stop them, but just evidence that the police and the security forces are better prepared was last week, where they demonstrated that they can stop and disorganize and disrupt the organizers and instigators of this counter-revolutionary insurgency. There's nothing democratic with those acts. Nothing democratic, nothing revolutionary about those acts. Opportunism of the worst kind. But one of the lessons that must be learned is that vigilantism is very dangerous. So when when the state fails to provide security and people come to the fore, it creates opportunities for vigilantes, gruesome vigilantes, to come, rogue vigilantes, as we saw it in Phoenix, taking the law into their own hands and slaughtering innocent people. So one thing we must not allow, the state security agencies have a mandate, constitutional mandate, to protect citizens. They must do their work, and they must, if they are private security companies, they must operate within the command as what is called a force multiplier in security studies. As a force multiplier, not as a parallel state, but just as a force multiplier, given directives and commands by the police, bringing their resources into play to support police operations. We've been doing that on Ukaimulao very well. We've been working with them to support, but we must never allow vigilantism, where certain elements would use the opportunity to even display the most racist, hidden racist prejudices. So we shouldn't allow that, and the perpetrators of vigilantism must be brought to book like the instigators of that counter-revolutionary insurgency. They must be brought to book because we are a law-governed society. I am confident that our security forces and law enforcement agencies have learned a lesson. They are coordinating better, but I can't say those elements will not try again. And that's why we need more organized communities. We need organized, I come from a tradition and a movement where we believe in street committees, organized people, block by block, street by street, township by township, suburb by suburb, organized, not to take the law into their own hands, but to work with the law enforcement. That's what the Cubans have done to defend their revolution for many, many years. it's ordinary people organized and to be under the committees for the defense of the revolution, who were able to stop the attempts to loot that revolution by imperialists in Cuba from other lands, including rogue regimes in the United States. In this country, we will succeed to do that. The only way to defeat this counter-revolutionary insurgents is to get the state to do its work, to organize the state institutions properly, but to also get the people to be organized and to get our economy to work for everybody, not a small clique in that, and to have better social cohesion. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier. Honorable Alberts, do you have any supplementary question or a short remark?
That was a comprehensive.
Thank you very much, Premier, for your comprehensive answer regarding the economic policies that you plan that basically cover the matters regarding COVID and the unrest that we've seen, and we're very happy that it did not happen again. I'll just have one question. Having taken note of your position, I think there's some overlaps between our positions and your position in this regard, but we also have some unique proposals we would like to make. We also have an economic recovery plan that we have worked on within our party with economists. So it's not just us, but outside experts. And we would like to know if you would create a platform of some sort where parties that sit in the legislature can also make submissions to you so that we can actually build a joint plan going forward to uplift Gauteng and to make sure that we broaden the middle class, that we destroy poverty, and that it truly is an inclusive growth path we're going into in the future. Thank you very much.
Honorable Ghana.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. In terms of Rule 138, subsection 9, I want to ask a follow-up question to the Premier. And good morning, Premier. So my follow-up question, it's I've heard your talks in terms of the millions that are being made available to assist the small businesses, and I'm aware there is that 100 million, which is the first tranche, according to what you are saying, is the first tranche of the many millions that will be made available to assist small businesses. So the question, also in light of the many investigations that have been done, it's what mechanisms has the provincial government put in place now so that the 100 million and the other millions you quoted are not looted in the same way that the funds that were made available for PPEs were stolen and bureaucrats, politicians helped themselves to the monies that were supposed to assist people. What mechanisms are in place, and whether in any case all the reports that have been done to look into corruption of the PPE scandals will be released anytime soon. Thanks very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to welcome Honorable Albert's suggestion that we should, if there's a party that has got submissions and proposals that accord with our vision of where we must take this province and the urgency to intervene, to recover, reconstruct, rebuild our economy, we should welcome that. Honorable Alberts, I definitely will welcome your submission. In fact, I would like to say that because we have a team, we have an economic war room. MEC Tau presides over that economic war room. There's a technical team there headed by the new head of Department of Economic Development. I want to suggest that parties that want to make the submissions make those submissions straight to me. because we sit with MEC Tau at one level, but we have an economic cluster of the Gauteng Executive Council, the cabinet cluster of MECs, and because some issues may have to do with infrastructure interventions, we know where they will go in whatever area. So I want to suggest first welcome just the intentions and determination, because to solve the problems of our republic, we need every single patriot who does not want to destroy the republic and burn it down, because we have nowhere to go. If the republic is destroyed, we have nowhere to go. We have nowhere to run to. Every single patriot who wants to help rebuild, and the ideas may not always accord, even though there are different ideas, they'll be evaluated objectively. So, Honorable Albert, make your submission to me. You know how to do it, and I say all parties, please do. If you have submissions you have thought about, we will process them and bring them into the various areas, and I'll bring my colleagues into that. They'll be evaluated in their own right, as I say, objectively, because we are scientific people. We are political people driven by evidence and science. We're not just driven by ideas that are not founded in science. We will do that. So I will welcome that, and we will not be prejudiced. We won't say no, they come from you, so they must be right wing. We will look at them, Honorable Alberts, and examine them in their own right. If we reach a conclusion that they don't quite fit with what the kind of economy we are trying to build, we will also engage. I would even suggest that we just put a session to do that, because I think it will be useful if members of other parties have got ideas and policy proposals and submissions, they must feel free to put forward that this government, this ANC-led government I have the honor to lead, has always invited those who have something to put on the table without prejudice to do so. Honorable Ghana, so this invitation is also to you on any proposals that you have about how to move this economy forward. And we really, really want to see those proposals. We have invited you a lot, and all we just hear from you is fury. But I want to welcome you back from the long journey of running. Welcome back. You are very impressively fit, and I guess we need fit people in the economy. But policy, the problem is that the policies of your party are not as fit as you are yourself. But bring them, colleagues. The money. So the Gauteng provincial government is a contributor to the Township Economy Fund. Think it this way. So we contribute to the Township Economy Fund. We are not collecting money from different people. We contribute. The IDC has contributed to the Township Economy Fund. There are other many contributors to the Township Economy Fund. We have a governance committee that includes the IDC, the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, but we also want to bring all the partners that are contributing to the fund. We will be part of the governance committee to oversee that the money that all of us are contributing to the Township Economy Fund and the instruments of access, this money must reach the small, including the informal business, which was disrupted, which doesn't have the same mechanism to reach formal banking. And one of the things we are emphasizing is that we don't want exclusionary mechanisms. We don't want to set this like a bank, this governance to end up excluding the small people when you want to help the small people. Put such onerous compliance, and that's one thing about the state that we must destroy. Onerous, always thinking that putting onerous obligations is effective governance. It is not. That's why the Township Economic Development Act is not about putting more rules. It's about removing all those and putting in place a basic legislative framework and bylaw that will facilitate the growth and remove all the others that prohibit. So even in the governance of this fund, these funds that are meant for small businesses, to support small businesses. So the governance structure will be made up of a set of institutions. So one of the reasons we brought the IDC and said, IDC, you often manage the black industrialist program like you are a bank. Here we need a freshly different way of doing that. We just need your capacity, working with our Gauteng enterprise propeller, to be able to process, set up this governance process and make sure the money goes. And I'm saying that money is not all sitting with the provincial government. That money that everybody is pledging must go to the people it must help. So that's why, so this question about looting, you are conceptual. You think that that money is coming into it's money that's coming into the government coffers. And often one of the important setbacks about the way government works is that everything is tender. Everything. So even small businesses that needs to be assisted to have access to funding must follow some tender. That's a very illogical way of running government. Tenderization of the state. That we can't deliver, we can't build roads, we can't cut grass, we can't clean the graves without a tender. What kind of state are we? So we can't give money to a small business, genuine, ethical way of doing it. We can't build a house without a tender. We can't fix a road without a tender. That's so put Wesley in unparliamentary language. There's some madness in our conceptualization of the state. There's some madness. And that sometimes people think by putting a tender, you are preventing corruption. It is, if you understand what is killing the democratic state, is the tenderization. Civil servants don't want to work on anything where there is no tender. We are working so well currently on the vaccination program, partnerships with businesses, with NGOs. There's no tender there. The most committed civil servants, you will get them. But there are civil servants who don't go anywhere where there's no tender. So Honorable Ghana, this is not about tenders here. This money is about it going through the governance, this governance structure that includes contributors going to help business people. Your conception is based on the tender state, not that there will be things that the state cannot procure through public procurement. Of course, it's another extreme is an EFF extreme where you think you will completely get rid of procurement. That is an extreme. Friends in the EFF, that's an extreme. There will always be something you want to buy from outside the state. But there are too many things that are not, tenders are not necessary. That's where a lot of corruption happens. Reports on SIU, I know you in the DA, it doesn't matter how many questions you ask me. You sit there, all of you generate the same question and ask me, when are you releasing the reports? And I respond to you. I respond to your questions about these reports. You are still going to ask. That's why your leader, Honorable Msima, makes a statement here about these reports. I answered him about these reports, including what is going to happen, what we are doing with the reports. And you ask about it, you answer because I think that's the only strategy you have. Anything left in your political life is, well, we can't offer anything better to South Africa and to Gauteng, but let's milk this thing called the corrupt ANC. Let's milk it. It's the only thing we can't offer anything better than milk it. And unfortunately, you will not succeed because we are dealing with corruption. These SIU investigations and all that are driven by us. The murder of our outstanding civil servant, Babita, and all those who are whistleblowers who are coming to the fore, not to do corruption and fight it. They are being led. From the strategic apex in our administration. And we are doing that department by department. Our colleagues in every department have submitted stacks and stacks of what is it that they are doing to implement this. And this will be published. It will be published, these reports. I am going to publish a report to the people of Gauteng on how we are dealing with all issues that have been dealt with the public protector or dealt with the AG or that have been dealt with by the SIU. We will do that. You can ask every day, even when we have given you when we are going to do it. That's the only thing you are left with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Premier. That concludes the Premier's question time. We're now going to deal with questions for oral reply to the executive in terms of Rule 134, starting with Honorable Badenhorst to MEC for Community Safety.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning. With regards to the GBV-related cases in the province, will the MEC please respond to the following questions? 1, of the 2,000 plus cases of GBV reported, how many of these cases have been brought to book? Number 2, do we have a national offenders register where we can list every perpetrator, and can it be accessed by the public, yes or no? And number 3, if the answer is no, please explain why. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable MEC.
Is it my turn now, Speaker?
Yes, MEC, it's your turn. MEC Mazibuko, unmute yourself. It's your turn now.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. By yesterday, we kept on requesting more clarity about the question from Member Badenhorst. And I even have got a letter from proceeding confirming that they've referred the question back to Member Badenhorst to clarify, especially on the number of 2,000 GBV cases that she's referring to, because we are asking where exactly does she get that number. Till yesterday, Speaker, there were no responses from Member Badenhorst. I will therefore request, Madam Speaker, that she retables the question so that then we thoroughly and are able to give proper information from the question that she has submitted. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Badenhorst.
Speaker, the whole thing here is, if a person doesn't read or you doesn't check the news and whatever, then you won't know how many cases you have, even if you are the MEC. This is so disgusting, Speaker, because why? If the MEC doesn't know how many GBV cases are there in Gauteng, then how will the police be able to do their work properly if the MEC doesn't have a clue what's happening in the province? Thank you, Speaker.
Maybe with due respect, Honorable Badenhorst, I think the issue is the question was not clear, and we were asked to provide more info and clarity for the MEC to be able to respond. Therefore, I will rule on this particular matter so that even outside of this meeting, deal with this particular matter so that we get a clarity in terms of how we expect the MEC to respond, because she didn't say she doesn't know. She said she wanted clarity so that she provides a better response. So that's what she's saying. And I think we're going to go to the next question. I don't even want to entertain this because if it is not clear, and even in my office, I do have a letter requesting that clarity, and there was a response sent, but also you did not respond for the clarity. Therefore, I will rule that let's not entertain the question now, but I just did it because in terms of the procedures, we need to ensure that the question is tabled. Can we go to the next question? Honorable Badenhorst to MEC for Social Development.
Thank you, Speaker. With regards to the perpetuating acts of gender-based violence, will the MEC respond to the following questions? How many shelters are there for gender-based violence victims in the province? Please respond with a list of the locations. And number 2, how many safe houses are there for children? Please submit a full list with the locations. Thank you, Speaker. And I hope this question is very clear.
Oh, I'm on a safe location. Safe places, you want the locations.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Badenhorst, for the question. Responding to your first question, there are 23 shelters in the province. And as you have requested, a list has been provided of the locations of the shelters. Responding to your second question, Honorable Badenhorst, the manner in which you have worded your question, I hope it does not suggest that you would want to have safe houses as you referred to in question 1. However, what we have in the province are child and youth care centers that are registered in terms of the provisions of the Children's Act, Act 38 of 2005 as amended. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Badenhorst.
Thank you, MEC, for your answers. Highly appreciated.
We'll request the MEC to send that to proceeding for proper recording of the response. Thank you. Next question, Honorable Adams to MEC for Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation.
No, the MEC van Safety and Security.
Honorable Badenhorst.
Once can your word, we are listening to you.
Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Gossiping.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Union Stadium was reportedly renovated in 2018 and 21.8 million was spent on this project. It is astonishing that after having this money spent, the facility was condemned as an unsafe place because it is reportedly built on a landfill site called Matikituan. As we speak, the entire stadium has been vandalized to the extent that even the grandstand has been stolen. This, despite the Safaitan police station and JMPD headquarters being within walking distance from the stadium. I know the MEC might tell me this morning that this is under the jurisdiction of the local government. However, the need is great and we are the government. With the above in mind, please answer the following, MEC. Were there any security plans in place to secure this facility? What is being done to make a budget available to have the stadium secured and rebuilt as soon as possible? Has the community been engaged to explain why, after decades of productive use, the facility is being condemned despite 21.8 million being spent to upgrade the stadium? And lastly, are there any plans to rename the stadium after one of the pillars of our community For example, Dr. Don Matera comes to mind. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And thank you to the member for accordingly asking the question. However, I must indicate that the stadium is not under the province. It is under the city of Johannesburg. What we have done is we certainly note the concerns that he has raised with regards to the investment that has been made, because it is government funds. We will be accordingly engaging with the MMC with regards to the stadium, and I had forwarded the questions to her accordingly. And in our next engagement, we'll then be able to get answers with regards to what had transpired with regard to the Union Stadium and what plans the city has to rectify this. However, with regards to the questions that he has raised, because it is not under the province, we therefore cannot be able to account for it accordingly. Thank you.
Honorable Adams.
Thank you. Understood, Honorable Speaker, and accepted.
Next question, Honorable Adams, again.
Sorry, Speaker, I have my hand up.
Shabalal, don't do that.
But I have my hand up, Speaker.
No, your hand was not up. Your hand was not up. Can I entertain the next question?
No, Speaker, but I have my hand up. My hand was up. But you have another question.
No.
Me.
Honorable Adams, fortunately, I'm using my laptop today, and I can see who is here and who is not raising the hand. So don't shout at me because I'm wide awake. So I'm going to go to the next question because I've already called for that question from Honorable Adams to MEC for Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation.
But this is a follow-up question to the very same question that was asked by Member Adams.
Yeah, but you must do it on time. You don't just do it after.
I did. Maybe it was an over.
I did not allow you. Please continue, Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Mabaleng concept reconstruction of the oval grounds in Westbury is turning out to be an elaborate lie fed to the Westbury community. A business case for the expansion of the project and development of a master plan was supposed to be completed. Community engagement was to have commenced on the 15th of April 2019, yet the work was said to have been completed by April 2019. With the above in mind, please answer the following, MEC. A snag list of tasks to be completed was agreed between the community and the department. Please may I ask, when will the snag list of incomplete things be completed? To my knowledge, 500,000 Rand has been set aside to complete the work of the snag list. May I ask, MEC, how much in total so far has been spent on the Mabaleng project in Westbury? Thirdly, 27 months after the promised completion date, the project is still not handed over. When will the Mabaleng Stadium be handed over to the city of Johannesburg so that the community can start to use the facility? And lastly, when will phase 2 of the project commence? That will include the Westbury open grounds. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Member Adams. With regards to your first question, the phase 1 construction of the snag list was completed in November 2019 by the main contractor before departing site. With regard to your question 2, 500,000 was not for the snag list. It was an allocation that was set aside to pay the final account on the Mabaleng project, which was settled in July 2021. With regards to your third question, an additional list of required items, such as the handrails for the grandstands, the additional exit gate, and so forth, has been issued by CoJ to be completed by the department at the facility before the facility can be handed over to them for operationalization. To date, the department has issued the RFQs and to source the service providers who will complete the additional works. that are required by CoJ. The facility will then be accordingly handed over once these are concluded. And then with regards to your last question, phase 2 is not yet a funded project. The planning and the design phase will commence on the approval of the business case and the funding allocation, which still needs to be approved by Treasury. The planning phase is planned to commence in the financial year of 2022-2023, depending on the fund allocated by Treasury accordingly. Thank you.
Adams, your supplementary question or short remark?
Just a short remark, Honorable Speaker. Yeah, I marry the two, the Union Stadium and also the Mabaleng project, because these were the two main facilities. It is the two main sporting facilities in Westbury in particular. And I think I've been belaboring and I have been lamenting concerning this for a very long time. I think I would just like to say that urgency must be put, especially in the Mabaleng project, for us to open that facility. It's standing there and one fears, and I've said this time and time again, that it may even find itself in the same state that the Union Stadium finds itself, which will find itself being demolished and vandalized, and nothing will be left for the youth to keep themselves busy in the sporting arenas. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Elisi. Or the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Sorry, Speaker.
Now you can respond. Yes, you can come in, then the Deputy Speaker will take over the presiding.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Member Adams. And Member Adams is indeed correct that those, especially in Westbury, because it is a sport-loving community, we are looking to make sure that, especially with regards to the snag list and the requirements that the community has requested, it is certainly top of our agenda, Member Adams, and your concerns have been well registered, because he has been indicating, even in the previous portfolio committee meetings he had indicated with that regard. So we have made that undertaking that we will ensure that, at least, especially on Mabaleng, because that is under us, we will ensure that we finalize on some of the issues and the concerns that the community has raised accordingly. So you can be able to hold us to that. As we further indicate that with phase 1, we are finalizing those works in line with what CoJ has required before we're able to hand them over. And then I've also indicated that phase 2 is something that we are going to look into in the financial year 22-23, depending on the monies that we'll be able to get from Treasury. But it certainly is top of mind, and we appreciate that that community needs to be engaged in developmental sport, and that is something that we're going to prioritize accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Moving right along, Secretary, can you move on or read the next question, or rather the first order?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Introduction of the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I'd like to call upon the Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Mekgwa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Nomvuyo Mhlakaza Manamela, Chairperson of Committees, Honorable Sizakele Nkosi Malubane, the Deputy Chairperson of Committees, Honorable Mpapa Kanyane, the Premier of Gauteng, Honorable David Makura, members of the Executive Council, leaders of political parties represented in the legislature, members of the legislature, distinguished guests, people of Gauteng. It is an honor and a privilege to present or to introduce the 2021 Gauteng Provincial Legislature Annual Report to the people of Gauteng. This annual report provides an account of our achievements for the period under review. Before going any further, however, let us never miss any opportunity to again reflect on the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have all been impacted in some way or the other by the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. This virus has unfortunately become a household name in our homes and in our communities over the last year. Each one of us has either buried a loved one or knows of somebody who has buried their loved ones. Many of us were ill while others are still battling the virus. So at the very outset, allow me to call for a moment of silent meditation for those who have succumbed to this deadly disease. We also share warm thoughts and prayers to those who are not well. And can I please call on all us, including those joining us virtually, to rise for a moment of silence in honor of all those departed souls. Thank you. We can all be seated. We offer
Madam Speaker, you are muted.
Sorry. On behalf of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the people of Gauteng and the people of South Africa, I hereby congratulate Team South Africa for representing us well through the 176 athletes who have carried our hopes to the Tokyo 2020 Olympics conducted in July-August 2021. We also congratulate Ms. Bianca Beitendag for winning a silver medal at Olympics Tokyo in the surfing category. Beitendag, who hails from Victoria Bay in the Western Cape, has been surfing for the last 15 years and has represented Mzansi at various international platforms. We also congratulate Ms. Tachana Schoonmaker, whom President Ramaphosa dubbed as our golden girl, for winning silver and a gold and then going on to smash the world record in the women's breaststroke swimming event. She broke the world record that had lasted 8 years and also brought home the first gold for South African swimming in a quarter century. In the same breath, we also extend warm wishes to the South African Paralympic team and its 34 athletes that are currently competing in the Tokyo Paralympics. Irrespective of the outcome, we remain proud of our Paralympic team, and having already bagged 2 gold medals and 1 silver, the Team South Africa Paralympic team has already made us proud, and as the Games draws to a close in a few days, our thoughts and prayers remain with Team South Africa. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is also important that we note that all our medals have been brought home by females, especially in the Women's Month. I am pleased that even within the GPL, we continuously raise the voices of women. Just last week, on the 24th of August, we conducted an event looking internally where we had conversations with the exceptional women that make up the Team GPL. This being the last day of August today, is therefore still an opportune time for the GPL to celebrate our mothers, wives, sisters, and daughters across racial, social, and age borders through innovative and interactive programs. This is to show and to prove that we do care and we are indeed compassionate, and we can do so throughout the 365 days of the year. While we have many other innovative campaigns such as the Vita Basadi and other similar programs where we celebrate phenomenal women from within GPL and externally who ceaselessly dedicate themselves in helping their communities through different projects and initiatives, we still use every opportunity to do more, and thus our focus last week was on our internal stakeholders, because we also have the duty to ensure that amidst the COVID-19 outbreak and beyond, we do not lose sight of the remarkable women who contribute to GPL successes on a daily basis. Honorable Deputy Speaker, allow me to congratulate Councillor Jolie D. Matongo on being elected unopposed as the new mayor of the city of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality. And it was for the first time in the history of the city that a mayor was elected unopposed. Councillor Matongo started with his sleeves rolled up, ready to work, saying he hoped that political parties could put aside their differences and pull together in the best interest of residents of Johannesburg, in ensuring that the daily lived experience of the people of Johannesburg is improved. As the GPL, we look forward to working with and support Councillor Matongo in serving the people of Johannesburg. Allow me also to offer warm congratulations to our newly elected Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Noseveo Mapisa Ngakula, who has hit the ground running and has promised to protect the integrity and decorum of Parliament. Honorable Mapisa Ngakula has indicated her intention to work with all parties as Parliament needed to hold the executive accountable. She is yet another exceptional woman being appointed to this position. The capacitation and showcasing of women and their achievements has and will continue to be a focus in all our strategies, plans, and in our activities. Honorable Deputy Speaker, by means of the introduction and tabling, the 2020-21 annual report for the GPL provides an account of our achievements for the period under review. This period marks an unprecedented time in our country and the world at large, characterized by the COVID-19 pandemic. Everything has been impacted. The pandemic has changed how we live and interact with each other, how we work and communicate, how we move around and travel. Every aspect of our lives has been affected. However, despite the unprecedented socio-economic circumstances, we had continued to discharge our constitutional mandate of oversight and scrutiny, lawmaking, public participation, and cooperative governance. On oversight, our House committees had continued to use tools and methodologies that have been adopted by the South African legislative sector to deepen our oversight over the provincial departments. These tools include the budget cycle model, the committee oversight and accountability framework known as COVAC. Of noteworthy mentioning is the project of standardized oversight, accountability and reporting in Gauteng that we are working on together with the provincial executive and other oversight structures towards consolidating and streamlining oversight and reporting processes and formats in Gauteng with the ultimate aim of GPL enhancing the discharge of its oversight mandate. During the period under review, all sector oversight model imperatives in support of committee work were achieved. The GPL has put in place innovative and progressive mechanism to continue overseeing the executive despite the COVID-19 restrictions. Successful House sittings were conducted using the hybrid model. The House sittings are conducted both physically and virtually. During these House sittings, quarterly oversight reports, committee budget oversight reports, and focused intervention studies reports were tabled and subsequently adopted. Oversight visits are conducted to identify and investigate actual service delivery progress and related challenges at various service delivery sites throughout the province. The oversight visits were mostly unannounced to obtain a real picture of the level of service delivery on the ground and for the committees to obtain a candid picture of the challenges experienced in the province. Of noteworthy mention is that most of the oversight visits were conducted on COVID-19 related matters in assessing the various departmental achievements insofar as the provincial responses to the pandemic are concerned, such as personal protective equipment, South African Social Services Agency, grant distribution, social distancing in queues, and so forth. The oversight visits culminated in committee reports which were tabled before the House for adoption and resolution. Further, the GPL had continued to oversee the work of the executive through oral and written motions on matters of service delivery, and thus ensuring that the executive is accountable on its work in line with its plans and approved budgets. On lawmaking, the GPL is committed to ensuring that its lawmaking processes are conducted in an unbiased manner to ensure that people's needs are addressed and in a manner responsive to the needs of the people. It had also continued to develop and implement laws that create an enabling environment to better the lives of the people of Gauteng. It is done through consultation processes or public hearings and by consolidating lawmaking processes and all the feedback from citizens to fully comply with the new regulations impacting on the operations of government as a whole. The GPL has considered 16 NCOP bills, and 7 provincial bills. Of the 7 provincial bills, 5 of them were considered and subsequently passed. To ensure continued importance and management of the lawmaking mandate, we have begun the task of centralized information and processes towards a consolidated and integrated report on the discharge of the lawmaking mandate by the GPL. On public participation, despite the COVID-19 restrictions, notable improvements have been made in creating various innovative digital platforms for the public to remain meaningfully involved in the business of the legislature and to have their voices heard, thereby guaranteeing all people a say in the governance of the province. Members of the public participated by making submissions to departmental performance reports, committee assessment reports, and through various sector engagements. These are all aimed at soliciting feedback and creating a platform for meaningful engagement between public representatives and the related sectors on issues of service delivery and challenges. We have also started focusing intensely on covering all regions in Gauteng, not only geographically, but also demographically, so to ensure that all people in Gauteng, all communities and groups are involved and included in our public participation processes. In this regard, we're also in the process of reconfiguring our sector parliaments to integrate into the overall committee structure, thereby escalating the decisions and resolutions taken at this to find their way as house resolutions and are thus tracked at that level. What we have also tried to do, especially through our sector parliaments, is to introduce a reverse billing mechanisms for our stakeholders who are unable to get data for themselves. On cooperative governance, we had continued to work and partner with different organs of state in relation to the discharge of our mandates. During the period under review, we had participated in legislative sector forums such as the Secretaries Association of the Legislatures, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and the Gauteng Speakers Forum to improve the implementation of the Memorandum of Understanding through a customized cooperative governance framework that governs the legislature's engagement with organs of state. These engagements were mostly conducted virtually due to COVID-19 restrictions. The NCOP Taking Parliament to the People program was conducted under the theme Impact of Migration, Deepening Cooperative Governance for Accelerated Service Delivery and Development. Members of the NCOP educated the public about the COVID-19 pandemic. Various site visits were conducted where members of the public were engaged on COVID-19 related issues. In addition, the GPL approved an inter-legislature strategy aimed at actively driving the strengthening of the legislative sector's cooperative governance and cooperation in the province and ensuring alignment at all levels of the state. On administrative support, good governance and fiduciary compliance, we are pleased to continue on our clean audit status trajectory by achieving an unqualified audit outcome with no material findings. We remain confident that our systems are sufficiently robust to maintain this improvement by regularly scrutinizing the AG of South Africa's recommendations and implementing the recommendations to enhance and improve our good governance, internal controls, and fiduciary compliance. This is a strong testament to the seriousness with which we take our good governance, internal controls, as well as fiduciary processes. Our move away from strategic objectives towards outcomes has progressed well, and positive results are already showing in terms of aligning strategy with operations. We're happy to announce that the Gauteng Provincial Legislature has once more attained a clean audit status. Honorable Deputy Speaker, having summarized some of the achievements we have recorded during the period under review with further specific and technical details in the report that is being tabled, I state with pride that we have made substantial achievements on the delivery of our mandates despite the restrictions and challenges on the COVID-19 pandemics. We put response measures in place to safeguard the welfare of the members, staff, and other stakeholders alike. These measures incorporated the approval of the revised standing rules to provide a lawful and structured approach to deliver on our constitutional mandate. This necessitated us rapidly launching into the fourth industrial revolution through the adoption of remote working, adjusting the plans and budget to effectively respond to the changing circumstances, limiting public access to the precinct, and ensuring continuous support to the members who still needed to oversee the work of the executive amidst challenges posed by COVID-19. Our support to members include collaboration with other legislatures and the National Parliament towards constantly revising and understanding the members' handbook that outlines the support eligibilities of our members. The agility of our systems and the tenacity of our people were put to the test and we prevailed. We've become innovative and ensured that we delivered on our constitutional mandates, thereby ensuring that our services to the people of Gauteng, irrespective of the circumstances we find ourselves in, they will always be prioritized. With the recruitment process, we are happy to also analyze that we have finalized the appointment of the Secretary of the Legislature, which is now Mr. Peter Skosana, and the appointment of the CFO, which was approved in the last week by the LSP. We'll continue to finalize other appointments that have been advertised by the GPL. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to thank you and thank all members of the House for their contribution, as well as the members of the staff for making Gauteng a better place to live in. I thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I do not have proper background effects. That's why I will not show my face. Thank you for that. Let's move on. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Introduction of the annual report of the Office of the Premier of the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sorry, I was struggling to open. Thank you very much.
No problem, Premier.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Nomvuyo Mxakaza Manamela, the Speaker of our Legislature, Honorable Ntombi Mekwe, the Chief Whip, Honorable Mzi Khumalo, members of our Executive Council and leaders of political parties, honorable members, the people of our province. It is a privilege, as it has always been, to table these annual reports of 2020-2021 before this House, the Tribunal of the People of Gauteng. We do so on the last day of the Women's Month, and I would like to say to the women of our province, Malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi. Wathinta abafazi wathinta imbokodo. Malibongwe. Honorable members, we are obligated by both circumstances of history and our convictions to reflect on this last day of the Women's Month on the work of the provincial government in improving the quality of life of women in our province, and of course highlight areas of shortcomings that warrant serious attention. In keeping with the constitutional mandate of the Office of the Premier, we continue to execute our responsibility as the strategic center of government. There are three centers of government which need to be understood. That is the Office of the Premier, the Department of CoGTA, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and Provincial Treasury. The Office of the Premier is the strategic center of government. And together with those other departments, we are responsible for coordination and a lot of oversight also on the work of municipalities, including pulling all the municipalities and departments in the same direction. Our principal task is to give strategic direction and leadership on a range of issues that are province-wide. That's province-wide, our province-wide plan of action, GGT 2030, our response to COVID-19 pandemic as the province as a whole, the city region, our integrated plans and partnerships to build, reconstruct our economy into the ideal economy that will meet the needs of all our citizens, as we have already said in dealing with the earlier question, but also to address fundamental issues of poverty, hunger, and to take up the fight against crime, including gender-based violence, as well as to build an ethical, capable, and developmental state. So that's what we oversee as the Office of the Premier. So the work we do is not just what is done in the office, it has to be seen through the whole of government. There are things we already take for granted. We take for granted things like obtaining a clean audit. We take those things for granted. With regard to our work in promoting gender equality, empowering women, and fighting gender-based violence and femicide, I would like to say that the year 2021 tapers, as this year tapers off, let us remember that this is the year that marks the 150 years of the birth of a great South African, a great patriot, Mama Charlotte Manya Maxeke, a pioneer, a visionary, and a revolutionary par excellence, an outstanding African who has bequeathed to modern day South Africa a worthy legacy of non-sexism and non-racialism. Her legacy must continue to inspire many generations to come in our modern efforts to realize a truly non-racial, united, democratic, non-sexist, prosperous, and just society. Yet it is also true, Madam Speaker, that the struggle for a non-sexist, equal, and more just society for which Mayor Charlotte Maxeke dedicated her life is still a long way to go. And along the way, there are many attempts to disrupt our path to realize that society. Many of those attempts are visible in the ongoing acts of violence and murder of women and children, including the young women in our university campuses. As if to diminish this glorious legacy and struggle Charlotte Maxeke has led, and the symbolism of the Women's Month, men in our society and in our country, and we as men must dip our heads in shame as countless of dastardly acts of dehumanizing women take place in our presence. The brutal murder of Ms. Noscelo Mtebeni is the shameful exemplification of this utter moral depravity. And this must affect every man. As long as this takes place, and as long as this does not stop, we must say as men that we are party to it as long as it continues. Even if you may say, I am not involved, as long as this continues in our country, in our society, against women, against the brutalization of girl children, including this horrible thing of the many who have who go to school to go and learn, only to come back home having fallen pregnant. As long as that happens, we must dip our heads in shame. The cowardly and gruesome murder of Ms. Babita Deokaran is yet another abominable act which points to the depth of societal baseness engendered by greed and lust for crass materialism, which is desensitizing our common African humanity to which we have promised to bequeath the world in the name of Steve Biko and Pixlika Isakaseme, who promised that Africa must bequeath to the world its humanism, African humanism, Ubuntu. These acts of brutality against women cannot bear any semblance of our heritage of African humanism. We have lost several senior officials, also in government, who have died in the hands of brutal murderers, either as a result of gender-based violence or as a result of their resistance to succumbing to corruption and malfeasance. The killing of and intimidation of honest public servants rob our government of a group of outstanding and exemplary public servants who are needed now at this hour of destiny in our nation more than ever before. By intimidating and killing public servants, and I must add, there are a lot of women who are now coming to the fore complaining about intimidation and threats when they stand up to corruption. These killings have to stop, and we have been engaging with national government about a number of steps that are going to be taken to deal with this matter. I have also attended a seminar convened by the governing parties, the Gender Desk and Women's League, where some of the public servants who attended there as women, who attended there, raised very sharply with me that women in government also face terrible conditions of intimidation and victimization by senior officials on the basis simply that they are women. This complaint was laid bare to me by a group of women who are civil servants. And again, the commitment we have made is that this shall be followed up. So I would like to say, firstly, as it results to the matters of fighting corruption and ethics, that the looters must know that they shall not win. By silencing our officials, including Babita, they must know that they are not going to stop the fight against corruption, because citizens of our country have joined that fight, and the killers cannot kill all citizens. We commend the team of law enforcement officers who work tirelessly without sleeping for several days to apprehend the suspects who are now behind bars, who are appearing before our courts. Of course, it is not enough only to apprehend the suspects. We want those who carried out this deed to be found guilty, but we also want those who hired them and paid them to be brought to book. We will not rest until the killers of all civil servants who are standing up to corruption are brought to book. We will not rest until the killers of women on accounts, simply on the basis that they are women, they are the other gender. We will not rest until those perpetrators are brought to book. I would like to commend public servants and service providers who are now in significant numbers willing to come to the fore to expose corruption wherever it's manifesting itself. in our government and in municipalities. And I want to repeat that this national program about protecting whistleblowers is something that's going to be rolled out at a national scale. We shall not succumb. We shall not surrender. I want to also indicate that gender-based violence, femicide, misogyny, the toxic masculinity, and the discrimination of women has got very deep roots, historical roots, cultural roots in our society. And it is something that must be tackled by all means necessary, by mobilizing different multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder approaches, including by mobilizing the different institutions of the state to confront this. And the Gauteng provincial government remains resolute in fighting against gender-based violence. We have established structures in this regard that are led by the MEC for Community Safety. And we report about that regularly, and the MEC for Community Safety will do so. These structures include the community patrollers, the GBVF, the ward-based GBVF brigades, and the many volunteers who have been trained to provide support and identify and report cases where women are afraid to come out due to fear of punishment, including by those on whom they depend for livelihoods. We also continue to provide psychosocial support to no fewer than 50,000 survivors of gender-based violence as a province, focusing on specifically at least 6,000 GBV cases that are the most gruesome. These cases include those young women in our universities in this province. We have put in place also, we continue to expand the shelters, the places, our program on shelters that are fully resourced to provide support to women and girls, including the programs that are designed to heal the victims of trafficking, human trafficking, and rehabilitating them, reintegrating them into society. Our departments, particularly the Department of Community Safety and Social Development, are playing a critical role in this regard. As this is the last day of Women's Month, we continue to proudly expand the program targeting young women who are dependent on grants, what we call the Welfare to Work program. We continue to target and focus on them to equip them with the necessary skills that will make them to graduate out of the state grant system as entrepreneurs and people who have appropriate skills to either set up their own businesses, do further studies, and enter areas of the economy. So far, 20,755 women have participated in this empowerment program. And these are the new numbers that we have set a goal for ourselves as part of this 100,000 young women we would like to reach by the end of this term. Through this Welfare to Work program, we are also engaging with our EPWP programs on the ground in various municipalities to expand the participation of women so that they gain experience and skills in this regard. So, honorable members, focusing on women as this is the Women's Month and the coordinated interventions by the centers of government is important because often the gap is there when one department does one thing and others do the other. So we have strengthened coordination and to ensure the full impact of these programs. In line with our policy of eradicating urban poverty and hunger, We have ensured that 7 million girl learners benefit from various programs of our provincial government to support them to be able to go to school and proceed to at least grade 12. We have intensified effort to also deal with the structural underlyings of gender inequality, which is particularly in the economic domain, because as long as women do not work, do not have the source of their own income independently, and they are at the mercy of merciless men, as long as the women are at the mercy of merciless men to earn an income and earn a living, gender-based violence will not end. As a result, we have put in place supplier development programs across various departments. We are currently also training women in supplier development opportunities through various programs. And we so far have been able to reach 2,881 women suppliers. We have also provided 100 cooperatives support, and most of these cooperatives, as you know, are run by women. Providing support to them so they can have access to funding by the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. And these women-owned businesses are also going to be supported by the programs I referred to earlier on, the one we are rolling out on the township economy with the support of the DFIs. It's also pleasing that the one most positive story that we have as we deal with COVID is that although women has been the hardest hit, by, especially with regard to the third wave, infections and death, but women has been the most responsive to the vaccination program. In July, 57% of all those vaccinated were women, and men, it was only 43%. We know as we deal with COVID that we had to put in lots of efforts to close the gap between men and women, because we need these men in all our healthcare programs. We need them in our HIV and AIDS campaigns. We need to reach them in the various health interventions, including on the vaccination program. I would like to say that we have closed the gap between the men and women, particularly with regard to bringing more men into the vaccination program. At the moment is 55.1% against 44.9%. We used to have, as I said, 57% were women in our vaccination programs and only 42.1 or 0.9% were men. We are closing this gap. But it is something we are proud of, that it is women who have come to the fore. Like on every health program, women are the first to get there, to embrace every health intervention. And when they do so, they don't do so just for themselves as individuals, but they do so for their entire families. The United Nations Women's Report has already warned us that in East and Southern Africa, the COVID-19 pandemic has far-reaching impacts on the women and the girl children. We have seen it in our own country. We have also seen that it is during COVID-19 that more gender-based violence incidents were reported, and there was an actual increase, including in the brutalization of young women. In fact, this report about pregnancy amongst our girls in the schools is something we must look at very closely, about the relationship between that and the shutdowns. MEC Lesotho will enlighten us on this, working with the MEC for Social Development and the MEC for Health, about the extent to which during the lockdown, when our children were not going to school, the extent to which during that period, and also just the time that our children have lost due to COVID educational time, and the impact that this will have, especially on the development and future chances of these young women, is something that we would like to understand fully. Honorable members, as you would know, South Africa is still in the grip of COVID-19, the third wave of COVID-19, especially the coastal provinces. I'm glad to report that as the coordinator and the center of government with regard to our COVID response, I'm glad to report that our province, having gone through the worst third wave resurgence driven by the virulent Delta variant, has come over it. We know we have lost many, many loved ones during this period. Our healthcare workers had to deal with more cases than they'd ever had to deal with before. We have lost outstanding patriots as well. May their souls rest in peace. There are those who are so evil amongst us that they wished and prayed to the devil that Gauteng's healthcare system should have completely collapsed during the third wave. They prayed to their devil that our province should have looked like India and Brazil, with having bodies all over the streets. They prayed to the devil that our public healthcare and private healthcare systems should have completely failed to cope with this unprecedented pressure of the third wave. We were under tremendous pressure, but our public and private healthcare system was able to cope with that pressure. And I commend our healthcare workers for their response. And one exceptional thing with the third wave is that because the healthcare workers were vaccinated, Honorable Speaker, many of them were able to be out there more than ever before. Unlike when they were sick, many of them were sick during the first and the second wave. Many of them, after vaccinating, were out there working feverishly to save lives. We commend them. Honorable members, I would also like to report to you we are at a stage now where our province for 5 weeks has experienced sustained decline in cases, reduction and in hospital admissions, and also a decline in mortality over 5 weeks. Yes, we are still not completely out of the third wave. And yes, we have lost a lot of people. And yes, we are not out of danger yet. We are watching what's happening in the coastal provinces and the provinces next to us. It seems like this third wave is not moving out as fast as it came. And there are concerns that we may move from the third wave to the fourth wave. And that is why the best preparation for the third wave is to really vaccinate and vaccinate and vaccinate. Our vaccination program has been one of the most outstanding experiences of a partnership between the public sector, the private sector, and citizens who just were willing and are willing to volunteer and put out hours and hours there, including retired healthcare workers, 90-year-old former doctors and nurses coming back to join our vaccination program. We thank them sincerely for being outstanding patriots. The MEC for Health will give a lot of details about our COVID response and our health response in general and our health program. But I want to share with you the following. We have administered just over 3 million vaccine doses in Gauteng province. This is the largest doses administered anywhere in the Republic. Secondly, out of 3 million vaccine doses, we have reached 2.4 million people. at least in these 2.4 million people, at least each one of them has either a 1 dose of Pfizer or a J&J. Out of this 2.4 million we have reached, 1.3 million of them are fully vaccinated. I know the numbers are still a long way to go because 2.4 million people is just 20% of those we need to reach. And 1.3 million fully vaccinated is just 11% of those we need to fully vaccinate. In all these respects, these numbers are the largest across the country. Of course, we are a large population. So that's why relative per capita, relative to the size of the population, we are still lagging behind. But I have good news for this legislature. In the last 7 days, we have vaccinated 450,000. We have done 450,000 vaccinations in 7 days. This was driven by young people after the opening for the 18-year-olds and 18 to 34. So in 7 days alone, 450,000 vaccinations were done. And we are getting close to the 500,000 vaccinations in a week. Every day now we are vaccinating either ranging between 68,000 vaccinations to 71,000. And this is since the opening for the millennials, who are showing so much confidence in the future of our country that they are taking this in their own hands. These millennials are driving this most positive response with great energy and enthusiasm and the greatest of the attitudes. And they buy no story from the anti-vaxxers. I've already said we are also closing the gap between the vaccinated women and unvaccinated men. And men are beginning to respond to this campaign. In the next 3 months, from September to the end of November, as we face the third wave, we intend reaching 5 million people. Our target is to do 100,000 vaccinations a day. As I said, we have moved from 55,000 vaccinations in July to around 70,000 vaccinations in the last 10 days, 10 to 12 days. But we still have to uphold other important health protocols. Even as we vaccinate, even those vaccinated must wear their masks. We must endeavor to do social distancing and sanitize. We are currently working on a lot of incentives, which we will finalize. The city of Johannesburg is one of our metros that have reached over 1 million vaccinations, and that's a big milestone. They have also fully vaccinated 500,000 of that 1 million who have been reached. But we also know the city of Johannesburg has a huge population. It's 5 million people. So even with that milestone, we still have a long way to go. We have cities like Ekurhuleni that have done a great deal of innovations. They are the first to start this vaccination drive-throughs. They have reached more elderly people. There are more men participating in that program. And the city of Tshwane has also been doing a great vaccination program. Again, they are doing better in terms of doing the second doses, whereas in other areas we see people take their first dose and they don't return for their second dose. So we commend our municipalities. But we must say the district are not doing as well as we want, and we are doing everything to increase those numbers in the district. Honorable members, on the economy, I spoke earlier in answering that question extensively about what our strategy is in answering Honorable Albert's question. And I'm not going to repeat those interventions, the pillars of our interventions and how we are working. I'm not going to repeat what we are doing with enabling the businesses to recover. I'm not going to repeat some of the specific interventions we are making on the SEZ. But it is important to understand that our programs are supporting various sectors of the economy and businesses, small businesses in various sectors of our province, including emerging businesses, including how much we are spending on women and youth-owned enterprises. We still have to do a lot more in this regard because I'm not impressed with the figures. They are far less than the target that the provincial government has set. But we are continuing to target increasing targeted support for women-owned businesses and youth-owned businesses. We are also reviewing to our TEPO 1 million program to rejig it, to give it a new lease of life, particularly focusing on reaching those young people who are currently, most of whom are in the townships, have not achieved the level of education that helps them to take advantage of some of the programs that we are reaching. So yes, we are reviewing and rebooting TEPO 1 million, particularly to target on what we call the marginalized youth who are readily available to be harvested by all criminal elements, including people who are selling drugs to get these young people, draw them into drugs, and criminal elements hire them, send them out on all these killing missions. It's always young people, including the killers of Babita. You saw the suspect, the age is age 21 to age 29. These young people have to be given hope, given opportunity to build their own lives on a more positive. And many of them are sitting in our townships, as we have said. They can be used by the insurgents to cause instability in our country, like the instability in Mozambique, northern Mozambique, and they can be used by criminals and drug dealers. So we have to do much more. And as long as many of our youth don't have opportunities and are wasting their lives in wrong things, we will not be happy. And I would like honorable members, having said all that on the economy and the many other things, just to briefly say that on our program of strengthening the ethical, capable and developmental state, we continue to invest efforts in this regard. We suffer setbacks from time to time, like when we have when our own investigations, including those we have commissioned, find out acts of corruption. We suffer setbacks, but we are not going to retreat. We continue to invest capacity in various elements of our state to coordinate better and deliver programs that are absolutely necessary to improve the quality of life of our people, including intervening in various municipalities in Gauteng to support them to carry out their constitutional mandates, and in some respects even take resources in those municipalities. So in the battle against corruption and building the ethical state, we are not going to retreat. We will continue to strengthen integrity management units. We will publish a full report that shows what the state of integrity and ethics is in the Gauteng government and its departments. And that commitment I have made is not going to be extracted because it is a voluntary commitment we have made. We are strengthening the ethics, our ethics and advisory council and the work that it is doing with various professional bodies and our public servants. Our MECs have subjected themselves to lifestyle audits, and I want to repeat that that work is unprecedented in the Republic. It is being concluded, it is being finalized, and the State Security Agency will conclude this work, and it will be the first major step by any province in the Republic to ensure that we build on a culture of accountability and transparency, and we eliminate any potential for conflict of interest. Gauteng government's commitment to the open tender system is something we will continue to uphold. We have also made another commitment that we want to publish on a monthly basis all procurement reports. Our provincial treasury is responsible as a champion of clean governance for publishing those procurement reports so that it is no secret who gets what tender in a Gauteng provincial government department and on what basis do they do so. So publishing those reports, procurement reports, on a monthly basis, matching that with the open tender system, under which we retreated during COVID days, under the circumstances of emergency procurement. All that will help us roll back in the encroaching of corruption, which has undermined the work that the ANC-led government has done quite a lot, especially during the last term. That's the fifth administration. It's the ANC-led government that had worked systematically to improve audit outcomes and institute forensic investigations where things had gone wrong. And all those, the actions taken out of those investigations is what we will be able to publish an account to the people of Gauteng to show that we are serious when we say we want to deal with corruption. But we're also strengthening the agencies such as the Provincial Forensic Audit Unit, which was under Treasury, which used to have a lot of backlog of cases of investigations, outcomes of which from private investigation, forensic audits, outcomes of which will not really recommend or firmly indicate if there's any case to answer. We want this to be a unit that can be helpful working with the police, the public protector, the Public Service Commission, the Office of the Auditor General, and the Special Investigation Unit. So the Provincial Forensic Audit Unit is going to work in partnership with all the other agencies. The Gauteng provincial government is absolutely committed to support municipalities in our province, particularly through the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and the Provincial Treasury, particularly to tackle the issues coming out of audit outcomes. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the city of Ekurhuleni and Midvaal municipality for achieving clean audits. It is a major step for a metro municipality to achieve a clean audit. It's a feat. It's no small achievement. I would like to commend them, and we have to work with every single municipality in Gauteng, including dealing with the problems of corruption that were left there in Tshwane by previous incumbents who are talking about fighting corruption in this house, including dealing with each of those problems in Tshwane to ensure that that municipality in our province, it doesn't matter whether it's led by this party or that party, that municipality must come back to the cause of clean governance. And all the municipalities in Gauteng must join the path of Ekurhuleni and Midvaal. It is no secret that we also have deep acts of corruption in some of our municipalities that have come to the fore. And we will work with national government as the Gauteng provincial government to make sure that even those are tackled, even though those are separate governments, we have instruments of law through CoGTA to tackle that. And already some of those acts of corruption, whether it's allegations, have been investigated and action is being taken against those. So, honorable members, I would like to say that the current administration is absolutely committed to serving the people of our province. Shortcomings, yes, we will have shortcomings. And there are many, including that there are areas where we are regressing, where we were performing much better during the fifth administration. We are tackling all those areas. of regression to live up to the expectation of delivery, and including that our performance on service delivery, infrastructure delivery has slowed down, and all those we are tackling to make sure that we deal with this. These issues must be dealt with, because I hear a lot when I engage with communities that they see we are doing a lot on COVID-19. They say, but what about jobs? What about houses? What about water? What about electricity? We have major problems of water supply in this province. Our people are experiencing water cuts and electricity cuts on a daily basis. That requires our response. Even though some areas the provincial government doesn't have a direct mandate, but the people don't really care which government is responsible for that. All they need is water, they need electricity. At least the best we can do is to be their champions and go to Rand Water and ESCOM, work with our municipalities and the relevant national government departments to address those issues. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, we tabled this annual report at a time when our country is also dealing with major commitments to recover and rebuild our economy. And I want to say to you, honorable members, that one of the issues we have raised with the new Minister of Finance is that we want the issue of e-tolls to be resolved. The new Minister of Finance said to me and the MEC for Finance that he would like to meet with us because he knows how much we have been, as a government and the people of Gauteng, we have been hammering on this issue of e-tolls. I want this House to know that the new Minister of Finance, Honorable Godongwana, had said, you guys, of course, he speaks like this. If you guys are committed to sorting out this matter, let's sit down and look at the options. We are absolutely committed to deal with this matter of e-tolls. We even said before, we have said before that we are willing as the administration to contribute something. But the people of our province have proposed many, many options on how to deal with this issue of e-tolls. And those options are the things we had submitted to national. I'm very confident that we will sort out this matter. Minister of Transport has always been on our side on saying this matter must be sorted out. So we hope we will sort it out. So I would like to thank you for your undivided support. I mean undivided by this House. And undivided doesn't mean that you don't disagree and there are no parties that try this and that. But we have undivided support to deal with the core issues. And there may as well be times when we disagree. The core issues facing the people of Gauteng, there's nobody who can put another blueprint about a better future for Gauteng from a vision we have put on the table, GGT 2030. That's why we must look at what other parties are adding about our response to COVID on the economy, our response to the unrest. But our blueprint is GGT 2030. And it is around that we are undivided. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. We table our report for consideration by this House. Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. For the presentation of the annual report. Moving on to the third order. Secretary, please read the order, the third order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Introduction of the annual report of the Department of Economic Development, including its entities for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable MEC Tao, please present your department's report, including its entities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The Honorable Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Premier, and members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip, and members of the Legislature, ladies and gentlemen. As we close out Women's Month and work towards meaningfully making every day a Women's Day, allow me to present the 2020-2021 Annual Report for the Gauteng Department of Economic Development and its entities. Unlike in previous years, the department has had to execute its expanding mandate in an extraordinary context presented by the COVID-19 global health and economic pandemic. The cumulative result is that, for instance, we have to implement our programs in a less favorable economic climate. In the macroeconomic landscape, we've had to factor in the growing numbers of unemployed young people and women disproportionately affected by COVID-19 and the recent July unrest. This is seriously concerning since the province is predominantly comprised of eager young people hungering for educational and economic opportunities instead of welfare. Fortunately, the GDD and its entities remain steadfast and committed to implementing their mandate as spelled out in the revised annual performance plan and reliant on its alliance with the growing Gauteng Together 2030 strategy and the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me now identify a few highlights from the previous financial year. Without a doubt, the colliding health and economic pandemics caused by COVID-19 materially impacted the capacity of the GDD family. As measured against its planned targets, the department managed to achieve 67%. Specifically, financial statements were fairly presented by the department and its entities. Payments of suppliers within 30 days stands at 100%, and moving forward, we aim to reduce this to a target payment to suppliers within 15 days. Our overall expenditure against budget was standing at 97% in the year under review. The department varied their BBBEE status together with its 3 implementing agencies. This resulted significantly so in the National BBBEE Commission recognizing the department and awarding it a trophy for being a trailblazer in the country on BBBEE verification. Honorable members, the Township Economic Development Bill has been pre-certified and routed to the legislature for enactment. The department has successfully developed an implementation plan for the GPG local content and production framework. The importance of this framework is that it will guide the province on local manufacturing using local inputs and GPG entities in procuring locally manufactured goods and services. Inarguably, this should sizably benefit those who were previously disadvantaged in line with the policy. You will be pleased to know that the National Stokvel Association and the Young Women in Business Network were granted licenses to operate a corporate financial institution and thus enabling access to financial services and markets. As you would agree, these developments augur well for the growth and stability of the sector in light of the financial challenges that Gauteng citizens and communities are currently experiencing. What is more, strategic engagements were held with stakeholders in the 10 high-growth sectors with an emphasis on the transversal role of linking investment facilitation with value chain transformation of SMME empowerment through active enterprise and supplier development initiatives. Since the department believes in linking policy pronouncements to evidence-based science, work is underway to examine the associated impact of COVID-19 on Gauteng tourism. Preliminary recommendations and improvement plans are being shared with the Gauteng Tourism Authority. Honorable members, of the 5.5 billion rand worth of investments facilitated by the CoGTA, investments by South African-based entities accounted for 2.6 billion or 47% of this investment. Of the foreign investments, the USA accounted for 79%, investments from BRICS member countries accounted for 7%, or rather for 199 million rand, or 7% of total foreign investment facilitated. Given the structural challenges mentioned in our introduction, the department remains committed to advancing relevant and enhanced skills development and training. Towards this goal, the Automotive Industry Development Centre's program around supply efficiency program managed to assist 24 companies contracted to its interventions to realize an average of 46% improvement in their productive capacity. In line with the province's objectives, the overarching BBBEE supplier facility is to create decent jobs by creating self-sustainable new business incubations in the automotive sector. In this regard, 14 companies incubated at Nissan and Ford have managed to generate revenues in excess of 48 million rand and retain 253 people in their employ. The Innovation Hub has 578 companies, of which 275 are located in various ECASI labs in its various incubation programs, including the Biopark, Maxam, and the Climate Innovation Center. Deputy Speaker, so what are the highlights of SMMEs and cooperative support? Some of this work includes a startup fund and the cooperative assistance program, which provide business development and investment readiness support to township-based SMMEs and cooperatives that have benefited over 3,000 of these enterprises in the period under review. The entity provided non-financial support to more than 2,000 SMEs against an annual target of 2,000. The Gauteng Enterprise Propeller supported about 74 small-scale township manufacturers during the year to produce goods for local consumers. Of course, given the shaky performance of this sector and increasing economic uncertainty brought by COVID-19, support provided to manufacturers will be upscaled in the current financial year and going forward. Let me now come to the observations of the Auditor General. On the matter of the Auditor General's 2020 and 2021 reports, the department received an unqualified audit opinion. Material misstatements were not identified in the financial statements during the audit. In terms of the predetermined objectives, the AG did not raise any material findings on usefulness and reliability of the reported performance information. The AG's report also notes the internal control deficiencies related to oversight and monitoring controls on compliance with key laws and regulations. I can say to the House that we have witnessed improvements overall in audit outcomes in both the department and the entities of the department, and celebrate the progress that have been made whilst committing to continuous improvements in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC, for the presentation of your report. Secretary, please take us to the next order, the fourth order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The introduction of the annual report of the Department of Social Development for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable MEC Musupia, please present your report.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker. Honorable Madam Speaker, Honorable Premier, Mr. David Makura, members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip of the governing party, whips of other political parties in the legislature, honorable members, heads of department, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As the Gauteng Department of Social Development, we compiled the 2020-2021 annual report as evidence of progress made over the previous financial year in improving service delivery and addressing emerging service delivery gaps and risks. Our hope is that our report will assist the legislature and public at large to gain insight into the achievements and challenges that we faced during this period. We are very pleased to have closed the month of August that is focusing on women's issues on a positive note. This morning we had a program together with the Motsepe Foundation in Ekurhuleni, where the foundation was launching a number of programs that they will be unfolding together with the National Department of Social Development and the Provincial Department of Social Development. The year 2020-21 was characterized by the declaration of a state of national disaster by President Ramaphosa on the 22nd of March 2020, and a 5-phase lockdown in response to COVID-19 pandemic. As such, as a country and province, we were plagued by the unprecedented global COVID-19 pandemic. During the national lockdown and the resultant restrictions, we intensified our provision of food relief among poor communities and households that had become food insecure as a direct result of COVID-19. We were overwhelmed by the support and generous contributions of communities, religious organizations, and private sector donors. In responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, we had to review our operations and adopt new ways of working and responding to the most vulnerable in our communities. The provision of nutritional food parcels took place through home and community-based care organizations and our 5 food banks. In total, 2,047,164 food parcels and daily meals were provided in the year under review. We also ensured that the food relief program was extended to include military veterans as well. Through our poverty alleviation program, we remain the only source of food for many in the province. Concurrent with heightened levels of food insecurity, the department saw an increased number of incidents of gender-based violence. We responded by providing shelters for women and their children and offering them psychosocial support services as well as skills development and empowerment programs while they found themselves within the safety cocoon. So as part of the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children initiative, the department hosted a dialogue with interfaith and religious sectors in Sidibeng, tackling the issues of gender-based violence and femicide in that area. This prevention and awareness programs were extended to other regions as well. Our mandate is to provide social protection and development services and to lead government efforts in forging partnerships through which vulnerable individuals, groups, and communities can become capable and self-reliant participants in their own development. The department continued to implement interventions aligned to national and provincial priorities, driven by the Gauteng Together 2030 initiative. This includes National Department of Social Development Priority 4, consolidating the social wage through reliable and quality basic services. The GGT 2030 Priority 1, which is economy, jobs, and infrastructure, and Priority 4, safety, social cohesion, and food security. Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask that I turn my video off because I'm starting to, experience problems of connectivity. As a response to Priority 1 of the GGT 2030 and Pillar 1 of the TMR as far as radical economic transformation, the department has been contributing to the economic and developmental agenda of the province. And as a response to the escalating rate of unemployment, which was further exacerbated by COVID-19, the department contributed to TSEPO 1 million through the provision of 349 youth internships, 7,154 EPWP opportunities, and just over 20,000 welfare to work opportunities that developed youth potential and linked them to other potential initiatives. As a department, we also intensified our preferential procurement spend particularly in townships. Its main beneficiaries were historically disadvantaged individuals, women, youth, and persons with disabilities, whose companies were awarded 44 contracts. In total, 98.27% of suppliers were paid within 30 days during the 2020-2021 financial year. Madam Deputy Speaker, the past 2 to 3 years have been extremely difficult and sad for thousands of children, notwithstanding our mainly women-owned cooperatives, as the school uniform project was put on hold. I am happy to announce that the program was reinstituted in the 2020-2021 financial year. Furthermore, the department committed to support over 500 cooperatives to produce school uniform for over 169,000 school children, as well as short-term contracts in state-run facilities, to the overall rand value of over 219 million rands. These programs are currently underway, carried over from the previous year, as many could not be completed during the year under review. These cooperatives were contracted directly by the department without the use of a middleman. And therefore, we maximize the benefit to women cooperatives as part of our contribution towards the total women socio-economic empowerment. During the financial year under review, we made further strides in implementing social infrastructure capital projects, of which 2 were completed, namely the Devon ECD Center and the Garangua office accommodation. Others are still under construction and are expected to be completed in the 2021-22 financial year. So, in an endeavor to root out the demand for drugs and harm caused by substance abuse in communities, the department prioritized the implementation of the Gauteng City Region Anti-Substance Abuse Social Movement Campaign, commonly known as the Keep It 100 campaign. The production of the Kick It Season 2 and Anti-Substance Abuse Educational Documentary commenced during the period under review. The 13-part series will highlight the impact of substance abuse in communities. It will inform communities about interventions by the Gauteng City Region in curbing the scourge of substance abuse and make a clarion call to communities to join hands with the government in realizing the dream of a drug-free Gauteng City Region. Furthermore, we developed the Gauteng City Region Anti-Substance Abuse Strategy, which was approved by Cabinet Exco on the 26th of August 2020. The aim of the strategy is to address the abuse of alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs within the province, in accordance with the stipulations of the Prevention of and Treatment for Substance Abuse Act 70 of 2008 and the National Drug Master Plan 2019-2024. The strategy was launched on the 22nd of October 2020, and so far 69 officials have been trained. Moreover, to comply with the provisions of Act 70, the department established a management structure at Dr. Fabian and Florence Ribeiro Treatment Center, as well as a provincial substance abuse forum that comprises relevant stakeholders as legislated. We also held an honorary session for children in foster care who performed well in the 2020 matriculation examinations. We acknowledge the excellent performance of 100 top foster care grant recipients who successfully passed their matric in 2020 despite the many odds stacked against them. We were proud to witness the resilience of these children. We are determined to break the cycle of poverty and aspire for a better life. In conclusion, as a department, we will remain committed to promoting social inclusion, reducing poverty, and tackling many of the social ills present in our province in response to the needs of the most vulnerable citizens. Furthermore, we will continue to provide financial support for both programmatic and COVID-19 related early childhood programs. Our support will be coupled with the critical emphasis on the ECD registration and re-registration drive to ensure that facilities and programs meet basic norms and standards, as well as the health and safety regulations required by the Children's Act and various municipal health and safety bylaws. As the department, we provide unwavering support to uplifting victims of abuse. We will continue to prioritize responses to gender-based violence and to promote the safety of women and children. As I close, let me take this opportunity to extend my appreciation and gratitude to the head of the department, and the management team, all staff members, and all NPOs and partners and stakeholders for their tireless work towards establishing a caring human and development society. Thank you very much, Deputy Madam Speaker.
We thank you, Honorable MEC, for that report. Secretary, please take us to the next order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Introduction of the annual report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maile. MEC, please present.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. We present and table the annual report before the House. And as far as I know, the process, we are going to debate it later in the year. So that's when we will say substantive matters. We'll deal with substantive matters. We are, however, happy to report that the department has sustained its clean audit. And we think that's important because it demonstrates a good leadership on the part of CoGTA, and it should be able to help us work better with the other spheres of government, especially municipalities, and encourage them to do well. So the report is presented. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
We are done, Honorable MEC.
Yes, Deputy Speaker, I've presented the report. It's before the legislature. As I was explaining, that the process is that we present, goes to the committee, we're still going to debate it. When we debate, I'll engage substantive issues, because otherwise I'm going to raise issues, members will still deal with the same issues. So when we debate, I'll deal with those. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Secretary, please take us to the next order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Introduction of the annual report of the Gauteng Management Agency for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ms. Mamabulo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Sorry, Chair, before Ms. Mamabulo comes, if you check your program, there's a presentation of the GPF that I was supposed to do. That's what the speaker's list says, unless it has been removed. GPF, Gauteng Partnership Fund, which is the entity of the provincial government under human settlement.
Okay, I do not. Oh, okay. Okay, apologies for that. When you said you are done with the presentation of the report, it is not.
No, that was for CoGTA.
Yes.
So for
okay, my mistake. It's here. It's on my notes. Yeah, my mistake. I just assumed you'll present, of course, everything else whenever you do. But yeah, it's the introduction of annual report of GPF for 2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm not going to take time like the previous one. And for record purposes, I thought it's important for someone can come and say we've not presented the report. But even with GPF, when we debate the human settlement annual report, we should be able to deal with substantive issues. The report is presented. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you for that, MEC. Secretary, please take us to the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Introduction of annual report of the Gauteng Management Agency for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Can you hear me, Honorable Deputy Speaker?
Yes, Honorable MEC, we can hear you. Go ahead.
And with your permission, my system is saying that I've got a very low network connectivity. So to protect the connectivity, permit me not to show the the camera. Let me firstly greet you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Premier, members of the executive, our Chief Whip, honorable members, the Chair of our Portfolio Committee, and the members of the Portfolio Committee. I'm grateful for the opportunity to present the annual report of the Gauteng Management Agency. And we are saying that for the financial year ending 31st March 2021, the GMA achieved its consecutive clean audit, a clear indication of sustained good governance. Over and above this solid platform of management processes and systems, the GMA also contributed to the province growing out and together our roadmap to 2030 strategy through its purpose of transforming spaces, people and the economy through smart mobility. The GMA and Gauteng were part of this strategy in terms of transport-oriented development, growing the economy through smart investment in transport, as well as the restructuring of the urban form around transport nodes and using technology as an enabler of better and more efficient transport systems. The Gauteng continued to embed itself as a critical part of the Gauteng economy. In the 2021 financial year, the Gauteng spent 1.2 billion on South African materials, plant, and equipment. Honorable members, 782 million was spent through contracts with Black Economic Empowerment classified enterprises. This happens in a time when the economy was hard hit by COVID-19, and therefore this input was critical to sustaining jobs and businesses in the province. The COVID-19 pandemic did have a material effect on the Gauteng ridership on trains and buses. I have often said, as you know, that public transport is demand-driven. And this is shown to be true around the world as every country experiences a dramatic reduction in demand for trains and buses. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I would like to emphasize this point to members that Gauteng does not create a demand for its services, but like any mode of public transport, the demand is created by a good performing economy that is growing, that is generating economic activity and transactions, and that leads to a high demand for public transport. And I hope this point can be well understood, honorable members. Now, in the case of Gauteng, this was no exception, as rail and bus passenger numbers declined and fluctuated significantly as government and the public responded to developments around the COVID-19 pandemic. In the case of the Gauteng, the overall decline compared to the previous financial year was 80%, while the airport service showed a decline of 85% due to the negative impact of the pandemic on air travel. Bus passenger trips followed a similar trend, meaning that the annual target for train and bus passengers trips could not be met. As the impact of the vaccination drive is felt, and as the economy recovers, we expect that ridership will return. The GMA is driving a strategy to attract passengers to use the Gautrain services. This strategy is a combination of improved service offering and marketing to reverse the growth trajectory of the Gautrain passenger demand. Numerous communication and marketing initiatives targeted at potential and current users of the Gautrain were undertaken and will increase as part of the endeavors to attract passengers. I have already asked the GMA to analyze the road traffic on the freeways around Gauteng, and the report showed that road congestion is increasing. Because of this, the Gautrain continues to offer value to customers. Every monthly commuting between Johannesburg and Tshwane, for someone who uses the Gautrain every working day to and from work for a month, will save 7 hours per month and around 1,300 per month in petrol and car maintenance costs. This is because the GMA ensured high levels of operational efficiency. The train service operations achieved an average availability of 99.20% and punctuality of 98.39% over the review period. In terms of passenger safety, several measures were put in place to comply with COVID-19 regulations for the resuming of operations after lockdown level 5. The Gauteng focused on COVID-19 prevention efforts by increasing measures to support passenger health and safety. As I conclude, the GMA board completed the third year of its term and continued to provide governance oversight to the agency. The GMA also continued to move towards an outcome-based approach in terms of the application of the King 4 principles. In the past, GMA commenced with the planning for post-2026 Gautrain once the current concession ends in March 2026. With regards to the planning of network extensions, work continued with the route alignment for phase 1 of the extensions to continue in the new financial year. This is a critical process to identify land that might be affected by future expansions of the rail network in the province. With that, honorable members, I'm pleased once more to formally table the report of this well-run entity of the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC, for the presentation of the report. Secretary, please take us to the next item or order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Introduction of the annual report of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Tau, MEC, please present your department's report and its entities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. May I start with all acknowledgements that I made earlier and then go straight into the tabling. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I hereby table the report for the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Like every sector of our society, the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development had to reprioritize its institutional and operational mandates due to the effects of COVID-19. In the period under review, since the agricultural sector was regarded as an essential service, it reasonably demonstrated notable resilience to the negative effects of the COVID-19 health and economic pandemic. As indicated by Stats SA, agriculture, forestry and fisheries positively contributed to the national gross domestic product with an increase of 28.6% in the first quarter and 15.1% in the second quarter of the 2020-2021 financial year. Deputy Speaker, for the year under review, the overall departmental performance recorded a 72% achievement. Of the 83 planned targets in the revised APP, 60 were achieved and 23 were not achieved. The department's main appropriation budget for the 2020-21 financial year was 1.21 billion rand. During this financial year, the department had undergone 2 adjustment processes, 1 special adjustment in June 2020 and the main adjustment budget in November 2020. The department during the special budget adjustment period adjusted its main appropriation budget from 1.21 billion rand to 964 million rand by surrendered funds for non-essential items due to COVID-19. The department received an additional funding of 51 million rand to address waste management and environmental pollution in the Mfuleni local municipality by providing basic waste management such as household collection, illegal dumping clearance, and recycling. The department in the reporting period spent 951 million rand of its 994.7 million rand adjusted budget, which is equivalent to 96% of its allocation. Honorable members, allow me to highlight a few of to mention rather a few highlights for GDAT in the past financial year. The department has continued with the implementation of the agro-logistics chain program aimed at assisting farmers in meeting the market access requirements, whilst concurrently pursuing the development of agri-parks and agro-processing infrastructure projects. The department coordinated the implementation of the comprehensive rural development program in the targeted rural areas of the West Rand, Sidibeng, and Tshwane, as well as in the rural nodes of Devon, Hekpoort, Bantubonke, and Sokhulumi. In support of the commercialization Apex program, smallholder farmers were supported with production inputs, infrastructure support, and mechanization, and that includes tractors and equipment and combined harvesters through the CASP program. During the period under review, the department procured 19 refrigerated trucks and supplied 17 to agribusinesses. The remaining 2 have been allocated and waiting for beneficiaries to finalize registration, insurance, racking devices before these are delivered. GDAT rolled out the mobile abattoirs program for 8 movable poultry and 7 mobile red meat abattoirs to 10 agribusinesses across the province. These abattoirs are compliant with the Meat Safety Act and are thus providing over 100 enterprises with access to food safety compliant facilities that can supply formal markets with meat production. I'm pleased to inform you that the department completed all the outstanding items that were required for the operationalization of the Isikayo milling plant. The Isikayo milling plant has now arrived at a point where the Yasichaba Agricultural Cooperative will be in a position to operate the milling plant on an ongoing basis. Deputy Speaker, during the early days of COVID-19, alert level 5 and succeeding 4 lockdowns, the National Minister of Agriculture listed agriculture as an essential service. For this reason, the veterinary export facilitation services remained open to enable exporters to trade in live animals, animal products, and food of animal origin. The Gauteng Environmental Sustainability Framework has been approved for implementation, and it articulates, amongst others, the environmental legislation and cooperative governance mechanisms that will achieve environmental sustainability in the province. To this effect, the department will continue to implement environmental cleanup and conservation programs across the city region, whilst also enhancing our enforcement and compliance efforts to ensure that those who contravene environmental laws are brought to book. Ladies and gentlemen, the intensive selective breeding of game guidelines was approved and is now fully implemented. Game breeders have been issued with permits to operate breeding systems under these guidelines. The department has made a significant contribution to the provincial and national gross domestic product by easing the cost of doing business in the province by reducing the issuance of EIA applications from a 107-day legislated timeframe to 30 days. In the year under review, through various core business programs, young unemployed people were provided with an opportunity to participate in the Agricultural Graduate Program, EPWP, and FTE job opportunities programs. These job opportunities were created through appointing young people from the TSEPA 1 Million database to EPWP jobs, offering bursaries for them to further their studies in the veterinary, environmental, and agricultural sectors, and by means of offering technical services or goods to young entrepreneurs in the GDAT sectors. Deputy Speaker, you'll also be pleased to know that the department continues to expedite payment of suppliers and managed to pay 93% of invoices within 15 days. This benefited SMMEs transacting with the department. Honorable members, during the year under review, the department initiated 4 investigations to be conducted by the Office of the Premier's Forensic Audit Services. These investigations relate to the following: irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure in relation to the settlement of a contract, fruitless and wasteful expenditure in relation to a labor matter, and alleged nepotism at the Seker-Bos Rand Nature Reserve. As at March 2021, GDAT had not received final investigation reports on the above matters. Of course, the department will implement recommendations on receipt of final investigation reports. Thus far, the GDAT received a final investigation report relating to the prepayment to EnviroMobi. The investigation was conducted by the SIU. The department is currently studying the recommendations emanating from this report with a view to implement this. In the last 3 years, the department received an unqualified audit opinion with material findings. The Auditor General did an analysis of the 2020 and 2021 financial year annual report and expressed an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings, and this once again is a significant improvement. Let me once again take this opportunity to table the report to the legislature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. The Chair of Chairs will step in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, for the presentation of the report. May I then request that the Secretary calls the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Introduction of the annual report of the Department for Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, including its entity for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And call Honorable Mbali Hlophe to present the report.
Thank you, Chair of the session. I am utilizing my phone to connect from. If you may allow, because I'll be reading from the same device, I'll keep the camera off accordingly. I rise to table the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation and the Gauteng Film Commission annual reports. in terms of the PFMA Act number 1 of 1999 and Rule 68.1 of the GPL House Rules. The department is strategically positioned to deliver programs that speak to social cohesion, nation building, the preservation of our cultural heritage, the promotion of healthy lifestyles, improving the lives of emerging artists and athletes. These will cumulatively result in the building of sustainable socio-economic growth in our province and inevitably place sports, arts, culture, and recreation amongst the economically active social clusters. The emergence of the pandemic has presented as various challenges, amongst these being the limitations brought about by the regulations of social distancing and the restricted numbers of our events. Despite this, we worked outside of the box and migrated most of our programs onto online platforms in the advent of the pandemic, and further established a virtual library to fill the void created by the closure of libraries due to the pandemic. The pandemic did not only impede on our activities to build a socially cohesive society, but also delayed our targets, particularly those related to contact activities, mostly as seen within our Sports Chief Directorate. The department has initiated sport support mechanisms in the sector through the Gauteng Relief Fund. We are proud to indicate that due to the high number of artists and athletes assisted by the province, Minister Mthethwa has recognized the province as the best performing, accounting for 44% of the national count of relief given to the sector, with Western Cape and KwaZulu-Natal being second, accounting for 11% each. The department created a total of 521 jobs. These included 475 amongst youth through the following programs: the Art Public Spaces, Decorative Mosaic and Community Libraries, the Buisano program, poetry, comedy, and digital programs that we held. Notwithstanding the challenges brought by the pandemic, our department increased its performance by 3% to 73% from the previous financial year, with a total of 111 targets, of which 81 targets were successfully implemented, albeit the restrictions of the pandemic. For the financial year under review, the department received an unqualified audit opinion with material audit findings on the predetermined objectives and compliance with legislation. In the 2020-2021 financial year, the department processed 96.5% of valid invoices paid within 30 days, and 77.5% of the payments were processed within 15 days as per compliance requirements. In the year under review, the department hosted a number of socially cohesive initiatives through the implementation of set out programs as per the annual performance plan, which includes our holiday programs, arts and culture programs across our corridors, 17 community conversations to foster social cohesion, the Oral History Project, our annual Nelson Mandela Remembrance Walk, to name but a few. In addition, 18,368 beneficiaries were developed through the various sport and cultural and artistic programs, such as the Basisana script writing and directing workshops, poetry sessions, our rugby testing and development training programs, Guatemala athletes, our water safety education programs, to name but a few. Through the music of business, a masterclass was held with AMPD Studio, providing training to the business of the music industry, auditions for the Buisano Showcase, market access initiatives, open channels and platforms to artists to sell their products, and the different viable markets where they were able to generate income within the creative sector. Further to the year, the department transferred a total of 2,981 records to the Provincial Archive Center that were received from 2 local municipalities. The Kagiso Provincial Archives could not repatriate the records donated by the Reggio Emilia Archives and the Solcini family. However, the Reggio Emilia digitized more than 100 struggle records from the 1st of March 2021. The African Library Week, in collaboration that we had with the city of Kurleni and our Born to Read programs, which were held within various community centers, sought to improve literacy within the community. Our Ristafal Library was completed and attained the occupancy certificate on the 8th of December. The proposed sites for the installation of the 5 combi courts were charged and confirmed late in December, resulting in delays in the implementation process. Moreover, the adjudication panel for the PSPs to be appointed was only granted in December. The department shall resume with the installation of these combi courts in the current financial year, as we note that these are quite critical. 3 libraries, Acacia, Buipatong, Impumelelo libraries, will still under construction during the financial year, and this was mostly due to the defects which needed to be completed. Our Hangani Wellness Program contributes to reducing the Gauteng health bill, which remains the largest in the country, as our health services are used by many within the province, plus the neighboring provinces and also the neighboring countries, resulting in a huge health bill. As a means to increase healthy lifestyles, the department, in collaboration with the Department of Health, developed this noble program as a way to decrease illnesses such as obesity, diabetes, high blood pressure, to name but a few. Through sport developing training programs, more than 5,000 athletes were provided with training by the High Performance Academy. 100 participants were provided with coaches training designed to equip coaches to deliver high performance training to athletes. The department implemented the water safety program to benefit 2,069 people in close collaboration with Gauteng Aquatics and the Gauteng Department of Education. The GTE Curriculum Division assisted with the program material to ensure relevance for the grade 1 school learners. Talent identification and development benefited a total of 389, mainly Club Smart, Smart Administration, Box Smart, the Gauteng Netball Sectors Workshop, the Gauteng Netball Level 1 coaching course. In addition, the department supported a total of 211 clubs with equipment and attire, and for the following sporting codes: netball, football, hockey, cricket, softball, jaxi, and murabaraba. These tools not only encourage community involvement in sport activities, but also promote a healthy lifestyle. I'll move quickly to our entity, which is the GFC. Key achievements for our entity, the Film Commission, included the migration of most of its programs into online platforms for most of their traditional physical activities, such as the commemorative month programs, workshops, and film festivals that were streamed online, as a result in reaching to much broader audience across the Gauteng City region, which reduced the cost of hosting events and other related logistics. The GFC will need to leverage off strategic partnerships and implement the funding models to ensure that it raises its current resources far above what the department gives it. GFC has mitigated the impact of the pandemic and established innovative ways to heighten service delivery and improving people's lives. As for transforming and implementing audiovisual programs, the GFC has strived to enhance its capacity and innovate and respond effectively to working in a proactive manner with all stakeholders to ensure a timely response in emerging challenges. The department and GFC will be working more closely in the coming year to operationalize the heritage monuments in Kagiso, which is in West Rand, the Women's Living Monument in Tshwane, to ensure that facilities are accessible to the creatives within their communities. We'll further be strengthening the market access and ensuring the fulfillment of the GFC's aim by contributing to socioeconomic development through audiovisual industry. Closer to home, the board continued to steer the organization in a steadfast manner, as we had outlined in the previous financial year. Over the past year, the GFC, within its online programs, nurtured emerging artists and reached over 81,762 audiences, while providing opportunities for 7,747 non-accredited training individuals within the sector. I'd like to thank the GFC board and directors of staff for ensuring that the Commission continues to work within the COVID pandemic environment while fulfilling the department's mission to promote Gauteng and film. In conclusion, despite the difficulties presented in the 2020-2021, the GFC and the staff were committed to ensuring our people were not deprived of any services. The budget allocated for 2021 was 38.4 million, an increase by 2% from the previous financial year. Its total assets increased by 1.7 million during the financial year under review, and a total of 7.4 million compared to 3 million in 2019-2020. The additional budget allocated to the GFC following a budget adjustment has assisted the entity in dealing with the baseline in relation to its budget. Overall operating expenses increased by 6% over the past year to 37.5 million over the current financial year under review. Overall, the GFC Commission was negatively impacted by the budget cuts on compensation, which were implemented by National Treasury in an effect to reduce public sector wage. The financial statements present fairly in all material respects. The financial position of the GFC as an NPC as of the 31st of March and its financial performance and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance to the International Financial Reporting Standards and the requirements of the Companies Act of South Africa 71 of 2008. The AG commented that the non-profit company, GFC, was submitting financial statements were free from all material misstatements. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, for the presentation of the annual report. May I then request the Secretary to call the next order, please?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Introduction of the annual report of the Department of E-Government for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Committees, Madam Chair and Deputy Speaker, Madam Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable colleagues in the Executive, Honorable members of the House, people of Gauteng. As the department tables its 2020-2021 financial year annual report, which outlines the achievement we have made during the period under review, we also highlight the key achievements we plan to implement going forward. It is imperative to indicate that the department operated in an unprecedented environment dominated by COVID-19, which has not caused misery in the lives of many South Africans, but has also caused a serious drawback in the socio-economic sphere. We have seen several companies closing down and the level of unemployment increasing beyond the expectation. Sadly, many of the affected are women and young people. This pandemic consoled us to think differently, to reposition the Gauteng provincial government, to take advantage of the disruptions introduced by the adoption of the fourth industrial revolution. Gauteng, like the rest of the world, is in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution, and we had no choice but to leverage on its opportunities to ensure that as a province we don't fall behind countries that are already embracing this new economic paradigm to advance their economies. The Gauteng GGT 2030, which is Growing Gauteng Together plan, which is a provincial plan of action to deliver the Gauteng of our dreams, and the provincial policy on transformation, reindustrialization and modernization, served as the basis which our 4-year strategy and our performance measures are articulated in the 2020-2021 annual performance plan and have been grounded. During the period under review, the department continued to invest in the modernization of the province through the continued rollout of ICT infrastructure. The department continued to roll out the Gauteng broadband network by providing local area network connectivity to 108 sites. These sites included schools, teaching training centers, and libraries. A total of 31 sites were also provided with voice capability, thereby reducing the cost of telephony of these connected sites across the 5 economic corridors in the province. To improve connectivity speed, the department upgraded the internet bandwidth to 8 gigabytes per second and upgraded 2 of the 8 core network nodes in the province. The backbone of digital economy is the Gauteng broadband network, which expands interconnectedness of the people, organizations and machines through access to mobility, technology and the Internet of Things. It is essential to note that a secure broadband network is a critical component for economic growth in developing and emerging economies. The onset of the COVID-19 pandemic and the realization of the need of social distancing has meant that government had to work smarter and better in providing services to the public. These are consequently in an increase in demand for digitization of public services. The department met the need with the development of 10 e-services during 2020-2021 financial year. These included e-services that are related to lockdown learning for the Department of Education and that assisted parents to apply for homeschooling and using COVID-19 as a reason for keeping their children at home. The department also developed the COVID-19 screening application that is utilized by 12 government departments in the province that assisted with COVID-19 pre-screening for individuals assessing government buildings. The Design and Validation Center tested 6 e-services to ensure that these are fit for purpose and more stable with the ICT environment in the province. The department also created 13 new automated enterprise resource planning innovations. These innovations included automation of bank adjustment, and automation of cash, as well as creation of a new leave type of COVID-19 on employee self-service. These innovations eliminated the need for manual business processes, preventing human manipulation of these processes and modernizing the processes of government. Madam Chair of Committees, with regards to the improvement of ICT oversight, the department facilitated the development of the Gauteng Growth Digitalization Strategy. The strategy lays the foundation for the modernization of the province and the goal of digitizing of all government services. Going forward, the department will facilitate its full implementation on the services. Madam Chair of Committees, I'm excited to say that the Gauteng Center of Excellence is at the Department of eGov, has been launched on the 27th of August 2021. The Gauteng Center of Excellence is a world-class training center that will ensure that the realization of simulation, the ICT economy, through facilitation, incubation, and innovation, as well as encouraging public-private partnership for development and rollout of e-government services. Given the digital divide within the province, the Gauteng Center of Excellence will serve as a connecting hub for skills development for youth, SMMEs, staff will further create a platform of transformation and modernization. This initiative will not only create a learning environment for best practice in the technological development, but also embraces an approach for youth work readiness programs and improved opportunities for SMMEs. Besides that, the center will create opportunities for SMMEs and entrepreneurs with analytic capabilities to use data to create new services for new markets to serve their immediate society. Madam Chair, the department continued to stimulate the ICT industry and provide support to youth in the ICT environment through facilitating incubation programs. A total of 104 previously disadvantaged ICT entrepreneurs were supported through various support programs, including mentoring, coaching, and workshops on business skills, and specifically support for women in ICT. In terms of improving ICT governance, 3 provincial ICT standards were developed. There were the perimeter firewall standards, the end user device standard, and the antivirus standard. These standards are able to set the basic operating procedures for managing firewalls, end user devices, and antivirus patch management for the province. The department also developed 2 ICT lifecycle roadmaps. These were the applications development lifecycle and the end user devices roadmaps. These roadmaps ensure that the province stays in line with technological advances and outlines the lifespan for specific technologies. Last but not least, the department managed to improve on its administrative and financial management. In terms of the audit, the department achieved an unqualified audit outcome opinion with emphasis on matters on the following areas: reinstatement of corresponding figures, understanding of the vote, and movable tangible capital assets under investigations. With regards to the audit on the predetermined objectives, the department achieved an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings. ICT infrastructure remains the core of our existence and our primary focus, which is to ensure that ICT infrastructure and network required for the connected of the Gauteng city region is built, is maintained, and accessible to all Gauteng citizens. In line with industry standards, the department has established a hybrid cloud solution where data from all departments is securely stored. This lays the foundation for future ICT innovation in the province. The department will continue to maintain the existing broadband network as well as provide voice over internet protocol and local area network to ensure end-to-end connectivity and to derive maximum benefit from the ICT infrastructure that is already built. In addition, the department will upgrade the core network nodes to ensure that the necessary infrastructural foundations are in place for the modernization of the province. Due to limited resources, the department has initiated a process for alternative funding and the rollout of the broadband network. To ensure that the confidentiality and integrity of Gauteng provincial government ICT infrastructure, the department will implement the provincial cybersecurity strategy and manage the Gauteng Security Operations Center on behalf of the province. The department acknowledges that 4IR requires an inclusive approach to stimulate innovation and allow citizens to interact with government throughout the applications developed by the department. The advent of the COVID-19 pandemic has elevated and confirmed the need for broader advocacy of the available e-services to the citizenry. We have to ensure that citizens are aware of an increased uptake of government services at their disposal through the Gauteng digital platform. These e-services are available through the Gauteng digital platform, which increases the efficiencies of the province to deliver services to the people of Gauteng. Therefore, the advocacy program will be intensified to ensure optimal utilization of the available e-services. Going forward, the ICT solution advocacy, facilitation and communication initiatives will enjoy greater prevalence, with a focus on ensuring that citizens are made aware of the available e-services for optimal utilization. Similarly, we will conduct digital surveys to ensure feedback on the current e-services to ensure that e-services provided cater for the real needs of the clients and citizens. Digitalization of the Gauteng government services remain ingrained as a vital aspect of the future of this department and a very critical pillar towards universal access of government services. And the department aims to extend the provincial digital platform to include all identified GPG services. The successful development and facilitation of the GPG digital ecosystem requires a high standard of governance and management. Therefore, development and review of policies and service level agreements, development of standards and strategies, as well as implementation of existing policies will increase standardization of the ICT sector and the regulated ICT sector within GPG. The department has established the necessary ICT governance structures that drives and enables ICT infrastructure and e-services. Research from reputable institutions has demonstrated how critical the process of skilling and reskilling of people in a province is important in order to gain maximum benefit from introduction of 4IR. The World Economic Forum articulates clearly that countries that benefited from the advances in technology were those that took everyone on a path of digital skilling transformation. In accelerating digital transformation and the development of an effective and inclusive government, digital ecosystem of the department was held information sessions on the 4IR with females and youth leaders in the province. The department will further accelerate the implementation of Gauteng e-waste strategy with a view to create job opportunities, skilling and reskilling of young people, women, people with disability, amongst others. We will continue to place youth in ICT-related opportunities for experimental learning purposes and supported township-based entrepreneurs with training and mentoring programs as part of Township Economic Revitalization Program. We continue to contribute and upscale our contribution to the ICT Action Lab as the entry point to contributing to TEPO 1 million training programs through our ICT partner programs. Madam Chair, I would like to express our gratitude to the Audit Committee and the Finance Portfolio Committee, which provided valuable support and direction throughout the year and ensure that the department remains focused on maintaining sound financial and non-financial internal control measures and systems. Finally, I would like to thank the head of department, Mr. Cyril Baloy, for his administrative stewardship of the department and the entire staff of the Department of E-Government. I hereby table the annual report of the Gauteng Department of E-Government in compliance with Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act, Act 1 of 1999, as amended. I thank you, Madam Chair of Committees.
Thank you very much, MEC, for the presentation of the annual report. May I then request that the Secretary calls the next order, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Introduction of the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, including its entity for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Honorable MEC and MEC Ralehoko.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson of Committees. Let me greet again Honorable Speaker and Honorable Premier, colleagues in the executive, honorable members of the House, the people of Gauteng, and let me greet again the team in the department, the HOD and CEO of Infrastructure Gauteng Financing Agency. I'm honored by the opportunity given to me today, Madam Chair of Committees, to table the 2020-2021 annual reports of both Gauteng Provincial Treasury and the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency. Honorable members, the mandate of the Provincial Treasury is to ensure that all provincial financial resources are managed effectively in a manner that promotes the delivery of services to the public. This mandate means that the Provincial Treasury is central in building a developmental state which is capable of implementing the priorities of government. It does this by providing stewardship in the management of finances by provincial departments, public entities, as well as local government. In 2020-2021 financial year, this work was done during tremendous challenges that impacted directly on us as Provincial Treasury. These challenges included, amongst others, the slow pace of economic performance, credit rating downgrades, and the decline of government revenues at a time when demand for public services that was rising. These challenges were worsened by the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, which led to thousands of people losing their lives in our economy and destroyed their livelihoods of millions of people. That said, Honorable Speaker, it gives me pleasure to congratulate the Provincial Treasury for once again maintaining a clean audit outcome. This shows that this department continues to lead by example in ensuring that all provincial financial resources are managed effectively in a manner that promotes transparency, accountability, and delivery of services to the public. Let me also use this opportunity to congratulate our government component, the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, for once again achieving a clean audit outcome. GIFA performs an important task of sourcing alternative funds to alleviate the pressure on the already strained fiscus for the delivery of strategic infrastructure projects in the province. Honorable members, let me also take this opportunity to congratulate other departments and entities who have achieved unqualified and clean audit outcomes in the financial year, which is 2020-2021. As the government that is committed to transparency and accountability, we will continue to implement credible financial controls, improve financial management, and provide quality public services. This is what we must always do to protect public resources, build and maintain trust with our people. Honorable members, let me now turn to some of the key highlights of our performance during 2019-20 financial year. We are committed to ensure effective and efficient management of finances in the province. Therefore, in the year under review, Provincial Treasury continued to intensify monitoring of expenditure on compensation of employees. This resulted in the Gauteng provincial government containing the wage bill at 53%. This was in line with our objective of ensuring that we maintain our wage bill below 60% of the overall budget. Our revenue plays an important role in assisting us to resource provincial priorities. It is therefore encouraging to report that despite COVID-19's negative impact on the economy, total revenue collected amounted to 6.5 billion. This means that the province managed to collect 10% of the adjusted appropriation in the previous financial year and exceeded its set target of 5.3%. In the year under review, Provincial Treasury continued with efforts to build sustainable local government finances. This resulted in 31 intergovernmental engagements in 2020-2021 financial year to improve compliance with the Municipal Finance Management Act. Quarterly assessments were conducted on all 8 delegated municipalities. Furthermore, assessments were carried out on the municipalities, draft and adopted budgets to assess their financial health, and all budget transfers from provincial government to local government were gazetted as required by the law. As part of our efforts to promote clean governance and accountability, Provincial Treasury continued its work on monitoring financial activities as well as compliance with financial norms and standards in the department. We automated processes to increase efficiencies. All DPG departments and entities managed to submit their annual financial statements in line with timelines. In line with our concerted work to improve audit outcomes, we strengthened internal controls throughout the province and continue to provide assurance through implementation of internal audits. All planned internal audits and additional ad hoc audits were conducted in the year under review. As part of our contribution to radical economic transformation, we've continued with our work to engage township entrepreneurs and registered them on the centralized supply database. We also conducted how tender workshops to prepare these companies to access future businesses opportunities in the public sector. Through these outreach programs, we also registered suppliers on the e-invoicing platform to ensure that they are able to upload and track their invoices, facilitating faster payment timelines. Furthermore, the department continued to implement various initiatives to reduce youth unemployment. This included providing external bursaries to deserving students, providing hands-on work experience to graduates through in-service training. We also recruited, trained 60 learners from various municipalities as part of municipal SCM learnership program to boost the capacity of supply chain management in local government. In the year 2020-2021, Provincial Treasury paid 100% of all invoices within 30 days. In fact, 93% of these were paid within 15 days. Honorable members, let me now turn to GIFA's key performance highlights from 2020-2021. As I've already said, GIFA has received a clean audit opinion in the year under review and the previous 5 years. In 2020-2021 financial year, GIFA spent 93% of its 66.9 million appropriated budget for operations. No unauthorized expenditure of fruitless or wasteful expenditure occurred in the year under review. In 2020-2021 financial year, GIFA's projects portfolio had a pipeline of 36 projects that are different stages of the development life cycle. Looking at the performance on planned targets in the annual performance plan, I can highlight the following achievements. GIFA sourced 3 new projects, which is Innovation Hub Enterprise Building 4, Innovation Hub Enterprise Building 5, City of Tshwane Agri Parks. The entity completed 1 fiscal study for the Citibank precinct. GIFA analyzed the financial models for bankability of 3 projects, and these were Citibank precinct, Tshwane Agro Processing Hub, and Gauteng Hospital Program. By the end of the previous financial year, GIFA had 3 projects in the financial close state. These projects were Innovation Hub, Enterprise Building 2, Innovation Hub, and Enterprise Building 3, and the rooftop solar PV project. In the year under review, Sibanye Steelworks placed 19.5 million towards the Bukamuso Baruna initiative. In addition, African Development Bank committed $500,000, approximately 9.9 million towards financing, which is the development of Bukamuso Runa initiative project. Honorable members, there are 2 main challenges that impacted on GIFA's projects in 2020-2021 financial year. Feasibility studies must undergo various stages of approval through council structures, including 60-day public participation for comments. Of these approval processes of feasibility studies are protracted, thus delaying the projects from being released to the market. Confirmation of budgets to prove affordability of PPP projects was a challenge again. National Treasury should approve feasibility studies and demonstrate affordability before a project could be taken to market, release, and procurement stage. As a result, several projects delayed obtaining TA1 and TA11 from National Treasury. We will address these challenges through the following interventions in this financial year. GIFA will strengthen its stakeholder relations and communication function and work closely with municipalities, particularly in tracking decisions and developing feedback mechanisms. There will be an improvement of political sponsorship and end-user project owner accountability. GIFA will work very closely with Gauteng Provincial Treasury, particularly on matters relating to capital budget confirmations. Finally, there will be a continued relationship with GTAC at National Treasury to ensure that there is compliance to TR16 regulation requirements. This will fast-track the approval processes. Lastly, Madam Chair, let me take this opportunity to thank HOD Ngumi Samnyani and the staff of the Provincial Treasury for their hard work to improve public financial management in our province. I would like to also thank CEO Opasiabi and the staff of GIFA for their dedication to ensure that we succeed in fulfilling our objective of providing infrastructure service delivery to the Gauteng province. Honorable Chair, In compliance with the Public Finance Management Act, I hereby table the 2020-2021 annual reports of Gauteng Provincial Treasury and Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, for the presentation of the annual report. And may I also thank all members, first all MECs who have made presentation, as well as the Premier and the Speaker of Gauteng. This report was the last one to be presented, and that concludes the business of the day. Today, the next sitting will be on Tuesday, the 14th September, 2021, and the House is now adjourned. Thank you very, very much, honorable members, for attending.